Okay, I'm going to share my screen, do the introduction. So welcome to day 2 of an online gathering of moral psychologists. This has been put together by a group of us who are part of the Moral Psychology Research Group. John will say a bit more about that in a few minutes. If you want more information about the group, you can find it at the URL listed here. So the schedule for today, I say tentative only, but the only things that tentative are the times, right? Because it depends on how quickly we can get through some of this stuff. First, there'll be an introduction because not everyone was here yesterday. So for those of you who aren't already familiar with the work that MPRG does, John Doris will say a little bit about that. He's at Cornell University and the business school and the philosophy department. I'll give an introduction to the format. My name's Thomas. I'm a professor in the philosophy department at College of Charleston. We're going to do a data blitz. This is, and I'll go back over, I'm not going to go over who's presenting now. We'll do that again when it comes time in a few minutes to do that. This will be a series of 11 5-minute presentations. We're going to see how well organized we can be in making this come off without too many hitches. After that, Jessica Somerville, University of Toronto Psychology, will give a talk at roughly 1:15, followed by a talk by Florian Kova, who's at University of Geneva. He's in both the philosophy department and the cog sci department. I'll give proper introductions to all these people later. And then finally, we'll have our keynote address for today by Tanya Lombroso. She's at Princeton in the psychology department. And her talk will run a little bit longer than the other 2 talks because the keynote addresses have an hour for the talk and then 30 minutes for Q&A. So John, you want to say a little bit about?
All right, a very little bit, since lots of people were around yesterday and quite a few were around for the past 20 years. So this meeting is kind of the 20th anniversary celebration of the Moral Psychology Research Group, with began 2003 with a small group of philosophers who thought moral psychology was best done in an interdisciplinary way. And since many people in our departments didn't want to talk that way, we decided we ought to talk to each other. And before long, we towed along some psychologists who thought we were asking questions they could answer, but it stayed a pretty small group, but the field has not stayed small. And so we were having this conference today to try and help pitch polls for this bigger tent. And I think if you were here last night, you saw a really nice sampling of the diverse and interesting ways people approach this stuff, facilitated with his usual panache by Thomas. And today he's going to perform the miraculous feat of an 11-person data blitz. So if the blitzers can help him by staying assiduously on time, and the rest of us can help him by sending calming thoughts, I think we'll have a good time. All right.
Good.
Glad you're all here.
Thanks. Okay, so as far as the format is concerned, here again, if you were here last night, you already know this. Participants cannot unmute themselves and cannot share their screens unless I've already set you up that way. Please save your questions until the end of each talk. If you have a question, please use the raise hand icon and I will unmute you. Please keep your hand raised until the end. The speaker is done answering your question. Otherwise, you'll drop away. The tile will drop away and they'll be speaking to the 4 of us who are not the people who asked the questions. If you have a question that we didn't have time for you to ask, feel free to add it to the chat and I'll make sure that the speaker receives the question. The recordings for each talk we posted on the MPRG homepage. I had the URL earlier. I'll give you the URL again at the end. The video for last night, which is roughly 3.5 hours long, is already on the website for the online conference. So if you want to watch, if you weren't able to make it last night, that video in its entirety is already on the webpage. If you don't mind, it'd be great. If you did this last night, it's fine. But if you didn't, if you weren't here last night or you didn't do it last night, it'd be helpful if you left your name, affiliation field, I mean, whether you're a grad student, postdoc, whatever else, and an email address if you'd like to share it in the chat. Once this is all over, I'm going to make a listserv of participants, I mean, of people who attended, so that when we organize the next one of these, assuming we do, I'll already have a listserv to email everybody to keep you posted on the next event. Okay, so this is the order of today. I'll sort of go through these, and then they're going to go each in a rapid succession of 5 minutes. So the first presentation will be by Marcus Neer. He's at the University of Zurich in the philosophy department. The second presentation will be Alejandro Irut at UT Austin and the Center for Applied Cognitive Science. Zoe Finaz will be giving her talk. She's Duke in the psychology department. Ivy Gilbert is at Cornell in the psychology department. Eliana Hajirandrio, that's a hard name for me to say, I apologize, at Penn State University in the psychology department. Paul McKee, he's also at Duke in the neuroscience department. Javier Roberts Gall is at Harvard in the psychology department. Matthew Stanley is at Duke in the psychology department, or I guess he was just saying maybe in the business school these days. Era Wu is at Dartmouth in psychology. Amber Chen is at UCSB in psychology, and Andrew Smith is at UCLA in anthropology. So we've got a very diverse group of grad students and postdocs that are doing these talks. So I appreciate their willingness to subject themselves to what we're getting ready to do. So let me unshare my screen. Let me make sure I foreground what they're doing. I got to make sure I get everything set up. Speaker view, perfect. Okay, so the first up will be, it's in the chat for those guys. It'd be Marcus. So Marcus, when you're ready, you can share your screen. Once you start talking, it should make me go away.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be here. At some stage, I was doubting whether the society even exists because it's so mysterious. Thank you for the invitation. In 5 minutes, I'm going to try and lobby for a change in criminal law. So this is a small talk in experimental jurisprudence. There are basically two concepts of negligence in criminal law and torts. According to one definition, an agent acts negligently if they run a risk which a reasonable person would be aware of. That's the reasonable person standard formulation. According to the other one, which is the counterfactual formulation, an agent acts negligently if they run a risk which they should be aware of. Now, if you start with the first characterization of negligence and you focus on the expression reasonableness, you will find that it is strongly sensitive to outcome effects. You see this, for instance, in between subjects results. The middle results are reasonable for, I don't think I have a pointer here, but in any case, for Germany, Japan, and the US, and you see that the effect sizes are absolutely off the charts. They're bigger than 1. The same holds, interestingly, for rational and should. And then you might think it's a bias, often happens in between subjects results. But if you run within subjects experiments of different sorts, for instance, showing the two scenarios with a good and a bad outcome next to each other, you find strong effects. If you change the scenarios, you find strong effects. If you compare ex ante and ex post, which is shown here for sort of a case where the risk-taking pans out and doesn't, you also find very strong effects. This shows us that the full expression...
Marcus, we're not seeing your slides. We're only seeing the title slide.
This is extremely problematic. Do you see it now?
Yeah. Yes.
Does it change? Yeah?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Is it okay if I briefly start again?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, cool. Apologies. Thanks for intervening here. Good. So there's two concepts of negligence. I'm going to talk a little faster the second time. One, which harks back to the reasonable person standard, according to which negligence is a matter of doing or running a risk, which a reasonable person would be aware of. And the second formulation is one where the person who acts negligently runs a risk which they should have been aware of. Now, if you explore the expression reasonable, which is of great interest to the law in general, not only tools, but also criminal law, you find strong outcome effects. Okay, so they're pictured here in between subjects designs. You know, somebody's running a risk, the risk, you know, things go bad, the harm materializes, people go, that wasn't reasonable at all. Now I can point, I hope you see my pointer. In the middle here, you have data for reasonable from the US, Japan, and Germany, and you see absolutely massive effect sizes depending on whether the action has a good outcome or bad outcome in the mean ratings of reasonableness. And interestingly, the same holds for rational and deontic should. So the first, I think the appropriate reaction to data of this sort is to say it might well be a bias. But even if you run all sorts of different types of within subjects designs, you also find considerable effects. For instance, in this case, if you ask people, look, here's this guy called Smith, and he's about to do something a little risky. Is it reasonable? People, you know, these are the gray bars, reasonableness ex ante. And then you reveal the outcome. For instance, in this case, it's a failure. Then people go, you know, given that it was a failure, it was much less reasonable than it seemed. And, you know, you can basically do what you want. And even if you control for hindsight bias, you will always get a relatively strong effect. So I think the expression reasonable is outcome sensitive. It's built into its semantics, which means that it is entirely unsuited to the legal purpose of negligence, which is supposed to be outcome insensitive. So this first formulation, an agent acts negligently if a reasonable person would be aware of a serious risk, I think should be entirely abolished in the law. How about the other one? You know, if you do the same thing and you also test for outcome effects, what you again find in between subjects experiments is a strong effect of outcome on negligence and therefore on moral or legal responsibility. And if you control for probability, you see that this whole outcome bias on negligence attribution is mediated by probability. There's a lot of work Edouard Machery and I have done on this, and recently there's a paper coming out in Cognition this month with Isa Skogtsen. So you think, okay, in the one case we have a concept of negligence which is hopeless. In the other case, it's biased, driven by a strong hindsight bias. But interestingly, there are things which you can do. You can, for instance, try probability anchoring, or you can counterfactually prime people. You can ask them to imagine alternative outcomes, or you can, for instance, in court, you could bring an expert in to court at the determination of the relevant mens rea, in this case, negligence. And that works very nicely, as we've shown in, I think, in about 10 experiments. So here you have the between subjects effect of outcome on subjective probability. You see it's very large. Once you use some of these debiasing strategies, this effect, this is a meta-analysis, basically disappears. And the same therefore holds for negligence attribution and for blame or legal and moral liability. So when it comes to negligence, I think we should absolutely avoid the reasonable person notion of this mens rea concept in court. And we should be careful with the counterfactual notion because it is susceptible to a strong outcome bias driven by a hindsight bias, but we can debias it. And so this is sort of currently the best shot we have. And I think we should look for appropriate debiasing strategies and abolish the other concept. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. I gave you an extra minute. Sorry, that was the rough start. Yeah. Okay, who's next?
I'm going next.
Yes, perfect.
Yeah. Okay, can you see the screen? Can you see the screen, everyone?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this presentation with the same format just to avoid having the same problem as Marcus. Okay, this talk is about the concept of prototype of flying. This is part of a study that we did inside the Share of Philosophy project. Marcus was part of that. Edward Macarita, I don't know if is here, Clark Barrett, and a long list of authors or potential authors. So we started the study thinking about two research questions. The first one is if the concept of prototype of flying is, at least to some degree, general across societies. If it is, what are its main components? Then the question is if these components are hierarchically organized, as the prototype would predict. And then finally, if this hierarchy is the same everywhere or across societies. Probably this study on conceptual prototype is the study was replicated the most in empirical studies about the concept of flying. Coleman and Key did the first study with this design. Then there were replications with small changes. Some replications found the same results, like in Macan Arabic, but slightly different results in Spanish and Indonesian. So this is the first time that we do the study in a centralized way, controlling the translations for every side, etc., not separate replications. So the hypothesis here is that the prototype basically is related to an assertion that produces a speaker. This is going to be a variable that is fixed across vignettes. We work with vignettes here. I'm going to go there in a second. The speaker believes that the content of the assertion is false. In fact, the content of the assertion is false. And finally, the intention of the speaker is to deceive the addressee. Remember, this is not a definition that is sometimes in philosophy I try to capture all the cases of lying, but it's basically an hypothesis that looks at the prototype of lying as a psychological structure. So these three factors, the combination of these factors gives a full factorial design of 8 different scenarios. And there's an example here. I'm not going to read it just to save time, but basically in this example, the speaker believed that what he's saying is false, but it turns out to be true. And the intention of that assertion is to deceive the addressee. After seeing the design, the vignette, the scenario, the participants answer if they agree or not to a DV, that in this case is if the speaker lied. There are other DVs that I'm not going to present here, just for a question of time. So we did some small modification of Coleman and Key just to, sorry, it should be A there, just to make it translatable across cultural context. We sample 16 languages here. I'm presenting just 14 because there are others that we just got the data. This is a work in process still. So when we look at the aggregated data, we see that there's a general pattern in which intentions seems to be more relevant than falsity, and falsity than beliefs. In this case, the beliefs of the speaker, of course. However, the difference between intent and falsity is not highly relevant here. So if we look at the disaggregated data by speech community, we see that still all the 3 factors are part of the conceptual prototype, but not all samples show a clear hierarchy between components. So you can see that China or the US, there's no clear hierarchy between intent, falsity, and beliefs, but in other cases, the hierarchy is very clear, like Ukraine. In other cases, like isiZulu, you can see that 2 factors occupy the same position in the hierarchy. They're basically equal, and beliefs come next. So the relevance of this study is large if you look at some insights here that can create some problems, sometimes to some philosophical definitions. Although, as I mentioned, this study is about psychological structure, not about the definition per se. The results show that the conceptual prototype is to some degree stable across cultures. The hypothesis, the main hypothesis of the prototype seems to be correct. However, the hierarchy among components is not the same in every society, and not every society or speech community organize these factors in a hierarchical way. So yeah, this is basically the data blitz. I make it very short.
Perfectly short. Right on time. That was awesome. Keep it up. All right, next up. Right, Zoe.
Can you guys hear me? See my slides all right?
Perfect.
Awesome. Okay. So hi, my name is Zoe. I study children's social cognition. And today I'm just going to talk about how children think about people who act for the greater good. All right. Are my slides moving forward? Okay, cool. All right, so there are many instances where we have to pay a personal cost for the greater good. Some examples of this include wearing like a potentially uncomfortable mask, going out of your way to vote or recycle, or receiving a painful vaccination shot. And from a young age, children also learn that they have to pay personal costs to prevent communal consequences. And this can be something like raising their hands so that everyone doesn't talk at once. And a common feature of these scenarios is that enough people need to perform the same action for there to be any noticeable impact. So to illustrate that a little better, let's imagine there's a room of people and some of them are infected with COVID. So when one person chooses not to wear their mask, the increase of risk of transmission is pretty minimal. But once a large enough group chooses not to mask, the risks are substantially increased for everyone. So because one person's actions don't actually change the state of anything, when we're judging a single actor, we're judging their actions considering the hypothetical question, what would happen if everyone behaved this way too? And work by Sidney Levine and colleagues has shown that both adults and children are thinking about these hypothetical consequences that could be incurred when making permissibility judgments about a single actor in these situations. So another important consideration is the trade-off between personal cost and communal benefit. And so we make rational decisions about what costs are worth paying for the greater good. And we use these to inform our expectations and judgments. So for example, someone who believes masks are obtrusive and COVID is a hoax is going to judge an unmasked individual less harshly than someone who thinks that masks are a small price to pay to prevent the spread of a deadly disease. And there's a large body of work showing that children are also rational when they reason about these trade-offs in other social situations, generally expecting actors to maximize gains and minimize costs. So an open question then is how children consider cost and benefit when they're thinking about agents who act for the greater good. So we answer three main questions. First is how they consider these trade-offs when predicting how many agents will pay a cost for the greater good. Second is how they consider cost and consequence when judging a single agent who refuses to pay the cost. And third is how these judgments change when a large enough group of agents do not pay the cost and some consequence has been realized. So in a 2x2 mixed design, children hear about a fictional village where people had to hold up these special umbrellas to keep their village dry. The umbrellas are either really light in the minor condition or they're really heavy in the major cost condition. There's no consequence when only one person drops their umbrella, but when enough agents drop their umbrellas, the consequence is either just a few puddles in the minor consequence condition or flooding and destruction in the major consequence condition. So we tested 126 to 9-year-olds in this study. Each child hears 2 vignettes where cost is either major or minor. And in one vignette, the consequence is major, and in the other, the consequence will be minor. And then following each vignette, children were asked 4 test questions. So the first, we asked children how many of the agents they think would hold up an umbrella. And when the cost was minor, children expected that most agents would pay the cost regardless of the potential consequences. However, when the cost was major, children only expected agents to pay this cost when the consequence was also major. Unsurprisingly, they also expected more agents to pay a minor cost than a major one. So here we just have some evidence that children are engaging in this rational cost-benefit analysis when they're predicting how many people are going to act for the greater good. We then asked children to judge an agent who was the only one to drop his umbrella and no consequence had been realized. Children's permissibility judgments didn't differ as a function of cost. So we're collapsing the following results across cost conditions. And on the y-axis here, we have the permissibility judgments with higher values indicating that children judged an action as more permissible. Overall, children judged a single umbrella drop as permissible. So that's significantly greater than chance. But it was less permissible to do so when the potential consequences were major. We then asked them the same question about a group of agents who dropped their umbrellas, which did cause the consequence to occur. We asked them about a single member of this group and about the group as a whole. And so there's two important things we want to highlight here. First is that regardless of whether or not the consequence is realized, it's less okay to drop your umbrella when the potential consequences are major. And it's only okay to allow a minor consequence to occur. The final thing we'd like to highlight here is that when a group of people drop their umbrellas, children don't differentiate in their permissibility judgments of a single agent versus the group as a whole. So just taking this all together, our findings indicate that by at least age 6, children think you have to pay the price for the greater good as long as there's a rational reason to do so. Huge thank you to Tamar and Faye in Montana, my undergraduate RA Joanna Brooke, and the rest of my lab. Thank you.
Zoe, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Man, you guys are making this easy. What's next? Who's up?
It's me. Okay. All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, everybody. I'm Ivy Gilbert, and I'm going to be talking about some work I've been doing with my advisor, Laura Nimi, on differential perceptions of suffering in the meat and dairy industries. You can see my slides advancing?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So the meat and dairy industries obviously necessitate animal suffering, which is, of course, raises some ethical concerns. Research into the psychology underlying meat eating shows that highlighting farmed animals' individual personalities, as well as their experiences of pain, suffering, pleasure, etc., can decrease our comfort with eating meat. And while meat eating is, at least for some people, an issue capable of being moralized, there's generally little research on dairy, and none to our knowledge has explored dairy as a morally relevant practice, dairy farming. And indeed, research from dairy science shows that people lack knowledge of standard dairy industry practices, and these are practices that we might expect to jumpstart the moralization process. So this leads to people, consequently thinking that dairy farming may cause no harm to cows and calves. And in fact, it involves practices such as early cow-calf separation, in which calves are permanently separated from their mothers, typically within a day of birth. An age of slaughter in dairy cows, which closely parallels the age of slaughter in meat breed cows. It's about 5 years or before then, out of a natural lifespan of approximately 20 years. And so in this work, we try to not only understand how dairy and meat are differentially evaluated by lay consumers, but also whether dairy too is sensitive to moralization. And we think that these two things, meat and dairy, may be evaluated differently because harm is much less obvious in dairy products than in meat products. And again, this kind of knowledge gap obscures facts about the industry that could facilitate the process of moralizing dairy farming. And so in this work, we seek to, first of all, confirm the existence of the knowledge gap, to close the gap by providing people with information about standard industry practices, and to observe the effects of closing this gap on moral judgments and perceptions of suffering. And so in an initial study, we found that dairy cows are evaluated as experiencing more positive mental states than cows used for meat, so less pain, greater pleasure. We found that after administering a knowledge quiz, people are pretty inaccurate. They're not really aware of standard industry practices across industries. We found that greater knowledge was negatively correlated with the belief that cows are happy across industries. So the more you know, the less you think cows are happy. And we found that providing people with information about standard practices can indeed increase moral concern for cows and perceived suffering of animals in these industries. But we wanted to replicate these findings and also fix some issues with our stimuli and our dependent measures. And so I'm going to share with you our study 2, in which we assigned 689 participants into either a dairy or a meat condition. We excluded any vegans and vegetarians, any livestock workers, or people who grew up on farms with animals. And then we assessed their perceptions of the extent to which cows in each of these industries have good lives, receive good treatment at the hands of farmers, experience pain, fear, and suffering. And then we assign them to either an information or a no information condition, again, where information is standard industry practices. And then we showed them the information, we assessed the effect on perceived immorality and perceived suffering of animals. So here is an example of our dairy intervention. It just describes in as neutral language as we could manage different practices, including branding, insemination, early cow-calf separation, slaughter, and age of slaughter. And we asked them on a 7-point scale the extent to which they think it's morally acceptable to use cows in their assigned industry, and the extent to which they agree with the statement that cows suffer in their assigned industry. We found that in our pre-intervention perceptions, participants believed that dairy cows have better lives and receive better treatment at the hands of farmers than cows used for meat, and that dairy cows experience less suffering overall, fear, pain, and suffering. So this confirms the existence of the knowledge gap. And then we gave them the information, and we found that this intervention unsurprisingly increased perceived immorality across both industries. So closing the knowledge gap does indeed affect moral judgments, but we found that the intervention increased perceived suffering in the dairy condition alone. And so in conclusion, we find that a lack of knowledge leads to differential attitudes and beliefs about the meat and dairy industries, such that dairy is evaluated much more positively than meat. And we found that providing information about standard dairy practices can indeed shift moral evaluations of the industry more dramatically than it can for meat. And so our future work is going to look at some potential behavioral interventions that could maybe reduce consumption of dairy. So I just would like to thank the research assistants in the Applied Moral Psych Lab at Cornell, and please feel free to email me with questions.
Thanks, Ivy. That was great. Who's up? You guys are doing amazing.
Okay. Can people see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Ileana Hajandreu. I am a fifth-year PhD candidate at Penn State working with Gerald Cameron. And I'm going to start my talk with a simple yet bold claim that we underestimate other people's prosociality. And how do we know that? Because there is a variety of evidence across contexts. In now classic experiments in the late 90s, Miller and Radner showed that while 63% of people were willing to donate their blood with any kind of financial incentive, when those people were asked how many other people would be willing to do the same, they reported about half of that at 33%. Anywhere between 66 and 80% of Americans support climate change mitigation policies. Yet Americans predict that only about 37 to 43% of US citizens actually would support those policies. In the context of negotiations, people believe that about 1/3 of the sample would endorse the view that we can use lies and deceit in order to win in any given negotiation, but in actuality, only about 6% of the sample endorses that view. When people recall being asked to, sorry, 1 second. When people recall being asked to help, they recall being willing to fulfill that request around 73% of the time. But people who recalled asking for help themselves expected others to fulfill that request only about 60% of the time, even if those others were close others, such as family and friends. So this kind of underestimation is actually fairly common and exists in many other studies. And it led us to wonder, is this something more fundamental about the ways we imagine other people's moral landscape? And specifically, is it that we don't expect others to help as much in all these different contexts because we assume that their moral circles are more constricted than ours? So in order to test this assumption or this prediction that others would be seen as less expansive than the self, we gave people an explanation of what a moral circle is, of what these different levels of the moral circle are. So if we place a given entity in the inner moral circle, it deserves the highest level of moral standing. If it's placed in the outer circle, it deserves moderate moral standing. In the fringes, minimum moral standing. And if an entity is placed outside of the moral boundary, it deserves no moral consideration. So participants saw 30 entities and were asked to place them in these different levels of the moral circle. And we asked them to do this for the self. We asked them to predict how others would place these entities. And just in an exploratory way, we also asked people to predict how others would view their own moral circles. And just to provide some information about the scoring, if an entity was placed in the inner moral circle, it received the highest possible points. It received 3 points. In the outer circle, 2 points. In the fringes, 1 point. And if it was placed outside of the moral boundary, it received no points. And this is just for you to make sense of the scoring. So the highest possible mean that someone could have, or additive score that someone could have on the moral expansiveness scale, was a 90. And across 2 studies, we found, consistent with other work, that 2 American samples score about a 45 on the moral expansiveness scale. But when people are asked to predict others' moral expansiveness, they underestimate that by about 4 points, which is equivalent to about excluding one entity out completely outside of the moral boundary. And we found a small but inconsistent difference between one's own moral expansiveness and how they think others view them. But since this wasn't consistent, we're just not gonna capitalize for the sake of this talk on this too much. And of course, these differences, we don't know where they lie, right? Just based on these means. So it's important to also look at the subcategories of the moral circle. So is it that these differences exist across these categories, or are they more concentrated in specific areas? So you can see here the moral expansiveness means for the self. Unsurprisingly, people are most expansive towards their friends and family and their in-groups. And expansiveness goes down for non-human entities, and it's the lowest for villains. And for others, you can see that people were pretty accurate in terms of what they predicted for others' moral expansiveness, but there are these important differences. And importantly, it seems that these differences exist in what we've called the gray area, right? People seem to be pretty accurate in terms of how much others include close others, or even very, very distant others, such as villains in the moral circle. But when it comes to stigmatized humans and non-human entities, people seem to think that others are less morally expansive than themselves. And so just quickly summarizing it, in 2 American samples, we found that participants systematically imagined systematically constricted circles in certain categories, and that this appears in the gray areas and not for very unambiguous categories such as family and friends or villains. And just some future directions about where this might be coming from. Is this a failure of simulation, or is it something more systematic or motivational? Is it cynicism or something else? Is it bounded by individual differences, such as people that have high environmental concern are driving this difference? And is this misperception ever not a misperception? Is it ever accurate? So for example, if effective altruists that are famously known for having more expansive moral circles, are they is their estimation accurate, or is it even more? Is there even more of a gap between their estimation and that of others? So with that, I would like to thank my co-authors, Daryl Kammerer and Charlie Crimston, our funders. And if you have interest in this work, please reach out.
Thank you, Eliana. Okay, who's next?
Yeah, that's me. Let's see. Cool. Can everyone see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Great. I'm going to start the timer on my phone. I want to thank Thomas for setting this all up, and the other members of MPRG for the opportunity to even share my work in the first place. Let me see if I can drag these participants out of the way, whatever. So this is a project on Does It Matter Who Harmed Whom? A cross-cultural study of moral judgments about harm by and to insiders and outsiders. You can see my wonderful colleagues below, many of whom you're probably already familiar with in the moral psychology literature. So the motivation for the study was most traditional Western philosophical theories, so utilitarianism, deontology, contractarianism, et cetera, agree that moral judgments must be impartial, right? So impartial in the sense that when X does something to Y, it shouldn't matter the identity of who X or Y is in judging whether it's wrong or right, or the degree of whether it's wrong or right. But evidence suggests that moral judgments aren't actually impartial, right? So friends and in-group members are judged less harshly than strangers and out-group members following violations. And there's a black sheep effect where Likable or conforming in-group members are judged more positively, but unlikable or non-conforming in-group members are judged more negatively than comparable out-group members, right? So there's this asymmetry in kind of the judgment and the view that we give to people. There are some other factors that might affect the kind of this in-group versus out-group moral judgment thing, such as psychological closeness, how close you are relatively to people within your in-group or out-group status. It may not all be the same across the board, as well as the nature of the harm, physical or emotional, right? Physical might be more obvious or easier to see, so you might not be able to discount or deny that such a harm is done, whereas emotional may not be visible, so you may be hesitant to kind of assume the emotional state or the harm done by certain people. So the current study, we collected over 6,000 participants from Brazil, China, Korea, Romania, United Kingdom, United States. There were 12 moral transgression vignettes, half of which were emotional harm. So you see a woman making fun of a man for getting dumped by his girlfriend, for example. Half of them were physical harm. You see a woman pouring her hot coffee on a man for insulting her. For all 12 of those vignettes, there were 4 versions where the agent and victim status varied by in-group or out-group, right? So there's 4 dyads where it's an out-group agent, out-group victim, out-group agent, in-group victim, in-group agent, in-group victim, yada, yada. Participants saw 4 of these, whether they were randomly assigned to either emotional harm or physical harm, and they saw 4 vignettes, 1 for each of these dyads. And after each vignette, they responded to how morally wrong is the agent's behavior, from not at all wrong to strongly morally wrong or completely morally wrong. And they also described the relationship with both the agent and the victim from being not close at all to very close. And we use this to create a kind of distance composite where we subtracted scores, where a negative score means you're closer to the victim and a positive score means you're closer to the agent. So here are the results for the emotional harm. And we could see on our x-axis, we have the distance composite, right? So closer to the victim, closer to the agent on this side, moral wrongness on the y-axis. And we could see that generally speaking, across all the dyads, the closer you are to the victim, the worse you think the harm is done. Closer you are to the agent, less harm or less wrong you think the harm that's done. But there are some interesting interactions depending on inside and out group member status, shown here by these dyads. And then collapsed across dyads, here's just the different countries and kind of their average moral judgments. And you can see that Brazil, for some reason, seems to give the most severe moral judgments, where China and the US, at least for emotional, kind of give the most lenient. They don't see it as bad. And then when we look at physical harm, we could see that across the board, these kind of generally shift up. So physical harm is judged harsher than emotional harm in general. We also see the same main effect of, closeness affecting moral judgments, but we again see these kind of interesting interactions between dyads or in-group and out-group status. Again, we kind of see the same general trend where Brazil gives the most severe and China gives the least severe judgments, collapse across dyads for physical harm, and this kind of same shape with the remaining countries as seen in the other. So as a brief little data blitz discussion goes, these insider versus outsider status of agents and victims seem to influence the moral judgments, as does the psychological closeness to the agents and victims, as well as the nature of the harm. However, these relationships, as we could see, appear to be more complex than what is suggested by previous views that propose this kind of general in-group preference or the black sheep effect that I described earlier. So I just want to thank my colleagues, some of which are here, many of which are not. And again, thank you, Thomas and MPRG, for a great talk. That's all I have.
Paul, thank you, sir. Who's up?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Thanks, everyone. Thanks to the organizers and to you all for being here. Please chat if you can't see slides advancing. I'm Xavier Robert-Skall, a first-year PhD student in Harvard's Moral Psych Research Lab. Today, I'm going to present some results from my recent work on judgment under moral uncertainty. Often, we have to make decisions under uncertainty. Using an example from Seppielli, if you just hand me a cup of coffee, I don't know whether it's made to my liking or if you put poison in. Sometimes we have to make moral decisions under uncertainty, whom to vote for, how to trade off honesty and kindness, whether we order steak or tofu at a restaurant.
Javier,
Philosophers have explored.
Hey, Javier, sorry. I don't know that your slides are advancing. They're not advancing on my screen.
Better now?
Try to forward your slide. No, slide's still not advancing.
Cool. Let me fix that.
I'll start you back over on the clock.
Is this better now?
Yes,
Great. Thanks so
Perfect.
much.
of course.
Cool. So we often have to make moral decisions under uncertainty, whom to vote for, how to trade off various different values, what to do. We have a number of normative frameworks from philosophy for such decision making, but it's an open question how people actually make these decisions. In 3 studies, which I'll present 2 today, we tested the sensitivity of moral judgment to uncertainty. In study 2, we asked participants to evaluate morally clear-cut and morally ambiguous situations. Specifically, people judge whether Charlotte, a pig farmer, is treating her pigs in a permissible way. We show people 5 features of Charlotte's behavior and manipulate how many of these features are praiseworthy in the green versus blameworthy in the red. Thus, some participants see a clear-cut good or bad case, and some see a case that's a lot more ambiguous. We measure 3 response variables: permissibility judgments, reported certainty, and reaction times. As predicted, permissibility judgments are sensitive to the degree of praiseworthy behavior. So when Charlotte treats her pigs mostly badly, people judge her behavior as impermissible. When she treats them well, people judge it permissible. Okay, so far, so good. But what does this tell us about uncertainty? Well, we want to see whether reported certainty varies based on whether the situation is clear-cut or ambiguous. If people are aware of uncertainty, we should expect their data to look like the black curve, less certain in ambiguous cases than in clear-cut ones. If they're unaware, we expect their data to look like the red line. And what we find is horizontal. Certainty doesn't just drop by a significant amount in the ambiguous versus the clear-cut situations. So it seems like participants are reporting that they're highly morally uncertain all of the time. Is it possible that that's actually the case? To rule out this explanation, we look next at reaction times. If people are morally uncertain all the time, they should take the same amount of time to decide in every case, simply the time it takes them to parse the vignette and form a decision. Analyzing reaction times, however, we see a classic signature of uncertainty in the decision process. Participants in ambiguous conditions take on average 27% longer to make moral judgments than participants in clear-cut conditions. So we can rule out the possibility that people really were completely certain all of the time, at least when they were making their moral judgment. We know from study 2 that people are reporting high certainty when they're making moral judgments, but in order for our results to speak to moral uncertainty in the decision-making context, we need to compare moral versus non-moral decision-making. Study 3 tests this. We compare how people make prudential decisions, buying their own health insurance policy, versus moral decisions, choosing on behalf of someone else. And in this study, we measure how much people seek to reduce their uncertainty, indexed by the number of times they click to learn a new piece of information, and see whether this varies as information gets harder to find, whether they have to wait longer between each time they learn a new fact. Here we report the results from study 3. As predicted, for prudential decisions, people seek more information when it's easy. That's the red distances shown on the right-hand side of the chart. But in a surprising twist, for moral decisions, people don't seem to reduce their uncertainty when informational costs are low. In fact, we see like a very slight indication that they do the opposite. So what can we learn from this? Participants' reported certainty doesn't change in ambiguous as opposed to clear-cut situations. They take longer to decide, and they don't seek out more information when they're making moral decisions as opposed to non-moral decisions. One way we could interpret this is that people aren't representing uncertainty in a consciously accessible way. Or another is that they're sort of okay with and don't seem to report the need to reduce uncertainty in daily moral decisions. Thanks so much for listening, and on to the next person.
Great, thank you. All right, Matt, you're up.
I am working on it. Can you see the slide? Cool. Awesome. Okay, I am Matthew Stanley. I am currently a postdoc at the Fuqua School of Business at Duke University. The title of my talk is "The Psychological Need for Structure Underlies Belief in Divine Moral Authority." So we know that there's been a longstanding link between morality and the divine across time, cultures, different traditions. Survey evidence over the course of the past decade or so from Pew indicates that over 80% of people identify with some religious tradition around the world, and roughly 90% of people believe that God does in fact exist. There are some differences across countries, but sort of collapsing across them, roughly 50% of people surveyed across 34 different countries believe that morality is necessarily grounded in God. And so typically when people think about God and God's role in morality, they think about God as this supreme moral authority who requires us to adhere to certain moral rules, norms, and duties. This could be through the 10 Commandments, the Golden Rule, or the notion of Dharma in Eastern traditions. So this all raises a question. Why is it that so many people seem to ground morality in God? Why is this so common across cultures? Why is this so prevalent? What I'm going to do here is I'm going to offer one answer to this question by suggesting that grounding morality in God offers people a clear sense of structure and order in their personal worlds. That is, believing that God is this supreme moral authority satisfies the psychological need for structure and order. So if in fact morality is grounded in God, if you believe that morality is grounded in God, then you're probably not going to believe that morality is subjective. By believing that morality is grounded in God, you can impose a really simple, rigid, unambiguous structure on the moral landscape that's generally invariant to the whims or preferences of any particular person or group. In this way, God being seen as the supreme moral authority, that should reduce uncertainty about whether specific actions are right or wrong across different kinds of contexts and situations. It should reduce uncertainty about how we ought to act across different kinds of contexts and situations. And it should reduce uncertainty about how we ought to judge, blame, and punish other people for their actions, right? Morality becomes more fixed, more objective, clear, and more definite. What is right because God has determined it so. What's wrong is wrong because God has determined it so. So this led to our primary hypothesis. I'll show you some evidence in favor of it. The hypothesis itself is that the need for structure and order should predict beliefs about divine morality for believers across different religious traditions. To answer this question, we recruited at least 220 participants from 5 different religious traditions: Christian Protestantism, Catholicism, Judaism, Islam, and Hindu. These participants were recruited from the US and the UK. All participants completed 2 different scales. The first is this personal need for structure scale. It comes from Newberg and Newsome. It contains items like I become uncomfortable when the rules in a situation are not clear, and I don't like situations that are uncertain. There are 11 items total. Participants make judgments for each item in accordance with how much they agree or disagree with the statement on a scale from 1, strongly disagree, to 6, strongly agree. We also administered the morality founded on divine authority scale from Simpson and colleagues. It has items like, if you want to know how to live a moral life, you should look to God, and acts that are immoral because God forbids them. Again, measuring each item on a scale from 1, strongly disagree, to 6, strongly agree. Launching into the results, what I'm plotting here are the results for Christian Protestantism and Catholicism. X-axis are these need for structure scores. Remember, higher values here indicate a stronger need for structure and order in your everyday life. And then the y-axis are those MFDA scores. Higher scores there indicate that you have a stronger belief that morality is founded on God. So what we see here for Protestants and Catholics is a positive relationship between need for structure and beliefs that morality is founded on God, on God's divine authority. I should note that we only included participants who reported believing that God actually exists in these analyses. It seems like attributing properties to God requires God to first exist, at least in the minds of these participants. We see very similar results for Judaism and Islam. Again, positive relationships between need for structure and MFDA scores. The relationship for Judaism didn't quite reach statistical significance, interpret that as you will. And then we actually see a positive relationship for Hinduism as well. And actually, this is the strongest relationship that we see. So a few conclusions here. Across these 5 different religious traditions, Christian Protestantism, Catholicism, Judaism, Islam, and Hinduism, It is the case that individuals who are dispositionally higher in need for structure tend to hold stronger beliefs that God is a supreme moral authority. Since conducting these initial studies, we've run several more. We've instituted some experimental manipulations to situationally reduce people's sense of structure and order in their everyday lives. It turns out when you make people feel like their lives aren't structured, aren't terribly ordered, they tend to seek out structure in a variety of different ways in their environment. Often this is done in a non-specific way. So we actually find that when we make people feel like their lives are disordered and chaotic and unstructured, they tend to affirm belief in God as this supreme moral authority. That is it. I just want to thank Aaron Kay, who was my mentor for this project at Duke, and this work is published in JESP if you want to check it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, who's next?
Well, I believe it's me. Hopefully everyone can see my screen.
Yes.
Close this. And hopefully it's moving.
Also, yes.
Okay, awesome. So hi everyone, my name is Ira Wu, and I am a graduate student at Dartmouth College, advised by Jonathan Phillips and Megan Meyer. My main research question is how people perceive the moral agency and responsibility of entities such as groups, corporations, governments, etc. So existing work tells us that people indeed attribute mind to groups, although less than they do to individuals. And people are more comfortable with attributing agency-related mental states to groups than experience-related mental states. So agency-related mental states have more to do with thoughts and actions, such as planning and intending, while experience-related mental states revolve around feeling, such as being happy, feeling joy. This two-dimensional framework of mind perception is important for moral reasoning, especially if one thinks about things like how intentions factor into responsibility attribution. Now we move on to the empirical study. Given the importance of forgiveness for psychological well-being and the significant role that collective entities play in our daily lives, I wonder, can we as individuals forgive collectives? If so, how effective or helpful are public apologies in this process? Our first attempt at tackling this question is a behavioral study where the following happens. So first, we had participants view a vignette about harm caused by either an individual or a collective. They would be asked to propose a fine on the said agent. Then they would read an apology letter that uses either agency-heavy language or experience-heavy language. After that, we asked the participants if they would reduce the previously proposed fine. If yes, by what percentage, why or why not? So in the context of our study, we hope to capture forgiveness as whether the participants would reduce the previously proposed fine. And with 10 scenarios, 2 types of regions and 2 versions of apology, we had 40 vignettes. This fine can be summarized as here, and it may be more clear with some examples. So for instance, an individual agent can be Adam, a quality assurance manager at a meat factory, and he failed to follow hygiene protocols, causing food poisoning. A corresponding collective agent would be a large meat processing company called A-Grade. And in the agency-heavy apology, the agent claims responsibility, lays out plans, and shows intention to take actions. An experience-heavy apology talks more about feelings and sentiments, such as deep regrets, feeling embarrassed and ashamed, etc. So we recruited almost 400 participants through Prolific, and we used a mixed design where each participant saw 2 vignettes, one about an individual and one about a collective. But the version of apology letter was randomized. Now time for results. So let's start with the type of agents. First, we did not see a difference in the reduction decision. In other words, the amount of participants who chose to reduce their fine is similar in the individual condition as in the collective condition. Might be easier to see it this way. However, among those who chose to reduce fines, participants who read about an individual agent decided to reduce more than those who read about a collective agent. Now let's take a look at the different versions of apology letters. So agency-heavy apologies are associated with more reduction decisions. again, just look at these two bars. And participants who said yes to reducing fines also tended to do so more generously if they read an agency-heavy apology. We did not find the interaction between the type of agents and the version of apology letter in either reduction decision or finish. So the two takeaways from the study seem to be: first, agency-heavy language in public apology letters are more effective than experience-heavy language, regardless of whether the harm-causing agent is an individual or a collective. And second, we can indeed forgive collective agents. And given that agency-heavy apologies elicit more forgiveness, collective agents that can have those mental states might not have as much trouble being forgiven. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Okay, who's next?
Yeah, it's me.
Perfect.
Okay. Great. Okay. Hello, everyone. Today my topic is moral values of effort and efficiency. My interest is study morality using big data and neuroimaging techniques. Today we are just looking at the American and Chinese history. We use text analysis. So across some cultures, we have observed that effort is valued, even when it lacks efficiency. That is what we call unproductive effort. And we questioned, is this the case across time and across cultures? And we studied these questions using text analysis. And that is also another recent empirical cross-cultural studies that shows that effort is a moral virtue on its own. So how do we measure effort or efficiency in the text? First, we need to develop dictionary. We use the pre-trained language model to find similar words, and then we use manual ratings to ensure they represent our concept. And we measure moral values in texts using the existing dictionary, and then we validated them in the Chinese context. How do we measure the moral values of effort and efficiency? We use natural language processing techniques that is called what we call the word embeddings that can help us map words to vectors. In this way, we can represent the semantic relationship between words, and that's what we call word embeddings. And word embeddings can reflect the biases and prejudice present in text. For example, the word doctor might be more closely associated with males due to gender bias in the text. Also, the country and capital has the same relationship as represented as the similar angles in the text. And then we collected data from the US congressional speeches and China's People's Daily newspaper to represent its political attitudes towards effort and efficiency. To validate the moral values, to validate the moral dictionary, we picture how its relationship in the text evolve across time. The blue line is how US talk about China across time, and the red line is how China talk about US. And the Bayesian change point analysis identified significant shift in moral values of the other countries, which appears to correspond the diplomatic relationship history between the two countries. And how can we operationalize moral values of unproductive effort? We use the positive moral first and how it associates with effort and efficiency. Here, we use the similarity between effort and positive moral values to minus the similarity between efficiency and moral positive words. So here is the result. The moral values of unproductive effort across two countries is always positive. That means effort is always more valued than efficiency. And also, Bayesian change point analysis also identify significant shift in moral values. We found that During times of economic decline, individuals and societies may prioritize effort over efficiency as a means of coping with scarce resources and increased competition. And that's how you can see in the US, the trend is more stable, and in China, as the economy grows, the gap between the moral values of effort and efficiency, they are closing. Okay. And also, we are interested in the relationship between moral values and cultural values. In both countries, we will see individualistic values increase. However, before that, in the US, the moral values of unproductive effort precede increase of individualistic cultures in the US, but the decrease of the moral values of unproductive effort actually precede the individualistic cultural increase in China. So that might tell us in these two cultures, their framing for the work ethics is differently. And we are still trying to understand this totally opposite patterns, and we are open to discussion. If you have any thoughts, feel free to email us. So the moral values tells us we framed effort and efficiency, and this might be triggered by the economic development, and it also contributes to cultural values. And we thank our undergrads RA, and feel free to to email us, and this is our QR code for the slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber.
I will stop sharing.
So I think there's one more, is that right?
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay. Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. I'm just going to get a timer started. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Andrew Smith. I'm a PhD student at UCLA. I work with Clark Barrett and Erica Cartmill there. And today I'm going to be presenting some of the preliminary findings that are coming out of my dissertation research that have been conducted under the auspices of the Geography of Philosophy project. So specifically, my work looks at the intersection of language usage and social cognition cross-linguistically. So specifically, the findings I'm going to talk about today are looking at how and whether there exists variation in how people are talking about the minds of others across the sample of languages that I'm going to show, and the nature of that variation. So very quickly, just going to provide some background and some context. So as I'm sure many of you are familiar with, there have been ongoing debates in literature about the extent to which mentalizing is something that structures moral judgments, where some scholars have posited that this role is really essential and invariant to the nature of moral decision making, while others have suggested that things like intentions might vary across societies and across different scales of communities. So we can understand those findings in the context of some research that's been conducted in linguistic anthropology, where first you have scholars that work in places like the South Pacific, specifically like Papua New Guinea and Vanuatu, where there have been ethnographic claims made that there may exist language communities in which there are explicit proscriptions against talk about the minds of others, which if we think about some of these other findings, namely that ethnographic work in American courtrooms has shown that the ways that prosecutors and the defense use, language about the mind of the, the person who is going to be convicted, that is something that can up or down regulate the extent to which empathic concern is basically elicited in the jurors, and that then structures the decisions that they ultimately make to, subject somebody to the death penalty or not. So together, all of these findings suggest that understanding how mental state language actually gets used on the ground might tell us something, interesting about the role of mentalizing in moral judgment. So the issue as it stands is that to date, there haven't been any, large scale, cross-cultural, and standardized studies of actual speech samples. So in the capacity I was afforded by working in the geography of philosophy, we've been collecting speech samples from speakers of a huge array of different languages. But today I'm only going to be talking about a subset of 4 of them because data processing is ongoing. But effectively, we showed participants 9 short videos depicting what I'm calling evolutionarily informed circumstances. And we basically then asked participants to just describe what they had seen as if they were telling a friend about something they'd actually encountered. So one of these 9 videos is modeled on the false belief test. The others are cooperation, dominance, encounter with a dangerous animal, infidelity, mate guarding, sickness, prestige, and a norm violation circumstance. So we got this audio, transcribed it, had RAs correct the transcriptions, then we coded them for the occurrence of lexical references to third-party mental states. So we were using a coding scheme derived from Wellman and Estes, and basically we're looking for all of the conjugations of these 8 verbs. So onto the findings. Basically, when you look at average description length across this sample, we see that there are some noticeable and appreciable differences in, norms about how much is appropriate to be said when you're just given, maybe it's not norms, but how we saw differences in how much people felt they needed to say when asked to speak freely. Nevertheless, when we look at rates of third-party mental state references, so control for basically the amount of time that people spoke. Sorry about that. That was my timer. It uses the Benny Hill theme song. So what's, I think, the most important thing to notice in these findings is that what determines the frequency of mental state reference is more the subject of speech rather than cross-linguistic differences in propensity to attribute mental states to third parties. And so it's perhaps not surprising that the false belief test is the one that most strongly elicits these verbs, because if you recall that list of verbs, it included think, know, forget, remember, mean, pretend, guess, dream. But to contextualize all this, basically exogenous factors like context appear to be important determinants of when we're talking about the minds of others. Nevertheless, the magnitude of those third-party mental state references may be modulated across cultures or languages. And the implication, as I understand them for moral psychology, may be that some situations about which moral judgments can be made will more reliably allow for the role of mentalizing than others. However, it's worth noting that this specific coding scheme is focused primarily on, epistemic, or to use the language that Era was using earlier, agency-based types of verbs. And so the role of different mental states may be different, which is why future work is going to be implementing other coding schemes that allow us to explore this more carefully. So I just want to thank Thomas for putting this together and inviting me. I'm extremely grateful. I want to thank my advisors and the entirety of the geography of philosophy, and all of the postdocs and research assistants without whom this work would not have been possible. Thanks so much. I really appreciate it.
Andrew, thank you very much. Okay, well, let's pause just to tell all of the data blitzers to congratulate them. That was great. So it went off better than I could have expected. So thanks to all of you who participated. You really did an amazing job, minus a few technical glitches of staying on track. So that's great. So what I'm going to do is let me get off of the, there we go. I'm going to take just a couple seconds break so everyone can grab water, drinks, or whatever it is they need. And then maybe in 5 minutes, it'll be time for Jessica's talk. And Jessica, you're already set up as a co-host.
Great.
So I'm going to do an introduction. So I'll open my slides to introduce you, and then I'll pin you, and then you can give your presentation. So thanks.
Sounds good.
Sean, I saw you in there.
Yeah, I'm here. How are you, Thomas?
Good. How are you?
Good.
If it didn't go so well, I was going to blame you for the data blitz.
That's right. It was my idea, I guess.
Yeah.
Or I pressed for
now that it worked, I'll take it.
Good idea. I had a good idea.
Are you in the UK? Is that what I heard?
Yeah. Are you in Charleston? No, you're probably in Durham, aren't you?
Yep.
Yeah. A good turnout. Look at all the people.
Yeah, I think there were as many as 80 people last night.
Wow.
Yeah.
Too late for me yesterday.
No, it's no worries. I figured. Yeah, Eric, I agree. It's like a wide range of things on top of, Brandy, no worries. Thanks for showing up. Yeah, I think we have Daryl to thank for that. Is that right? Did you post the SPSP? Is that right?
Yeah, I did post the SPSP posting thing. So yeah, this is really, thanks for organizing, Thomas. I also have to hop off before too long. It's been great.
Yeah, no worries. Hopefully it went off well enough for everyone to want me to do it again, and I'll recruit a couple other people to help next time, and it'll be even better, I think. Okay. Allison, thank you. I serve at the pleasure of the MPRG group, so whether there's another one will depend on their collective decision making. Hey, Jessica, do you want to go ahead and make sure you can share your slides before?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
All right. Does that work for everyone? Can everyone see that?
Yeah, scroll through to make sure. There we go. Awesome. Perfect.
Great. Do you want me to take them down? Did you say you had?
Yes, I'll get you to take them down just so I can do the introduction. All right, I said 5 minutes. I didn't pay attention. It's like the irony is I said 5 minutes. I didn't pay attention when I said it. After having harassed the poor data blitzers for an hour, now I don't know. So I'm gonna assume that our 5 minutes is close to up. I'll do the introduction, and that should bring us about to the right time. Okay. Okay. So now we're on to the next routine. So Jessica A. Somerville is going to give her talk called Probing the Origins of Moral Sentiments and Sensitivity, Fairness as a Case Study. Dr. Somerville is professor of psychology at the University of Toronto. Her work focuses on the origins of social, cognitive, moral development in infancy and early childhood. She is particularly interested in factors that support developmental changes in children's learning through and about the social world. Her work has been supported by the NIH, the SSHRC, ORF, CFI, and the John Templeton Foundation. That's a lot of acronyms. Okay, so please join me in welcoming Professor Somerville. I'm going to stop. I'm going to pin you. I'm going to pin you. All right.
Okay, great. Everyone can see my slides, yes?
Yes.
Good. Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for the invitation to talk today. I'm really excited to be here and to share some of my lab's work and to hear your thoughts about it. Okay, so inquiry into the developmental origins of moral reasoning, moral thought, moral sentiment is a long-standing topic of interest, not just for developmental psychologists, but a wide range of scholars. And although there was initial research by folks like Piaget and Kohlberg to suggest that true moral reasoning wasn't achieved until adolescence, we now know that the origins of moral judgments can be traced back to earlier in development. So work by folks like social domain theorists tells us that in the preschool years, kids can make moral judgments and treat moral transgressions as distinct from social conventions. And more recent work suggests that the origins of moral sensitivity can be traced back to infancy, including some of the work I'm going to talk to you about today. So in this talk, what I want to do is I want to probe the development of moral sensitivities and their origins in infancy by using fairness as a case study. And of course, as adults, fairness is near and dear to our moral hearts. It's a central part of our moral reasoning. We think about fairness in the workplace, what is fair compensation or a fair teaching load in interpersonal and romantic relationships, and even at a societal and legal level. And of course, there's all different kinds of fairness, but today I'm going to be focusing on distributive fairness, which is our concerns about how resources are or should be distributed. And in particular, I'm going to be focusing on a particular principle that adults seem to apply in situations where they see resource distributions and they don't have background information about the person who's doing the distributing or the person who's receiving the resources. And that is that in these circumstances, adults and children tend to expect equal resource distribution, the principle of equality. And this belief influences adults and older children's responses across a wide range of different tasks. Okay, I want to tell you a little bit about our approach to addressing this topic and working with infants. First of all, in the studies that I'll be telling you about today, what we're doing is we're looking at infants' responses to third-party resource distribution events to look at infant sensitivity to distributive fairness norms. And that's because when you're working with infants, they don't have a lot of complex verbal skills or motor responses. So this avoids them having to rely on those types of responses. Of course, infants are terrible at inhibitory control. So looking at their own resource distributions wouldn't be particularly useful because they're not good at inhibition. And of course, looking at third-party events can be important from the perspective of studying morality because these events are devoid of direct personal impact. So we can kind of, in a sense, rule out self-serving concerns as motivating infants' responses. Okay, so our approach to studying this topic is to think about, rather than assume that infants or children's moral responses, or maybe anyone's moral responses, rely on a single faculty, a single process, a single mechanism, what we try to do is think through all of the different types of responses or potentially processes that might drive a moral response. So we're kind of trying to carve the moral response at its joints, so to speak. And then what we do is we come up with paradigms to test these different constituents or components. And our goal here is to see if infants possess these components, and we look across a wide range of ages. And what we're trying to do, the ultimate endeavor here, is to answer some questions that are both classic and contemporary regarding the origins of moral sensitivity. So questions like the degree to which particular types of sensitivities are built in or innate versus acquired over time. To try to identify both the developmental experiences and potentially underlying mechanisms by which infants acquire these sensitivities if they are acquired. And to use these two pieces of information to answer questions about whether a single mechanism might drive early responses to moral events, or whether we might better describe infants' responses and young children's responses as governed or driven by multiple different processes, maybe that aren't uniquely moral. Okay, So today I'll tell you about work that has looked at infants' expectations about resource distributions, their evaluations of resource distributors, and the degree to which they enforce or not fair and unfair behavior. So in terms of expectations, we know that adults have expectations that folks will engage in norm-abiding behavior. And in the situations that I've just told you about, the expectation is these types of distributions tend to end in equal outcomes. So what we're asking with infants then is, do infants and when do infants expect equal resource distributions in these third-party types of settings? In terms of evaluations, of course, it's not enough for us mature reasoners to just have expectations about what's going to happen. We go beyond that. And we evaluate people and their behavior on the basis of whether they engaged in fair behavior or unfair behavior. So we think fair behavior is good, thumbs up, and unfair behavior is bad. So we're asking, do infants and when do infants evaluate others based on their distributive behavior? And then as far as enforcement goes, we know that adults tend to reinforce morally good behavior and punish morally bad behavior. So this happens, of course, in the domain of resource distributions as well. We tend to reward fair behavior, we punish unfair behavior. And so we're asking in our work whether this is something that infants do as well, and when does this emerge in development? So essentially what we're trying to do here is come up with different paths or paradigms that probe these different responses in order to make traction on the questions on the right side here, questions about the developmental trajectory, questions about the correlates or developmental inputs. And then the hope there is to use that information, put those two pieces of information together to gain traction on this issue of whether these responses are driven by a single process or mechanism or multiple processes and mechanisms. So the basic idea here is that if infants' expectations and evaluations and enforcement come in as a piece, if they're all acquired along the same developmental timeline simultaneously, and they're all driven by a single developmental input, then we might have evidence for a single process or mechanism. But if development looks more piecemeal, if these things are coming in on different timelines, and if they're driven by different developmental inputs, then we might think that that is more indicative of multiple mechanisms or processes driving infants' responses. Okay, so let's start with the question of expectations about resource distributions. So here what we're asking is whether infants have particular expectations about how resource distributions will play out after seeing these third-party events. Now, we've asked these questions across lots of different studies, so I'm just going to share the results of one study with you. All of these studies follow the same kind of procedure. So what happens is we show infants videos that involve just resource distribution. Sometimes toys are distributed, sometimes it's cookies or crackers, sometimes milk or juice. It doesn't really matter what is being distributed. They see these distributions play out. Initially, the outcome of these distributions is occluded. And then on test events, we show them unequal or equal outcomes. So in this situation, to adult eyes, given that we don't have background information here, the fair outcome is the equal outcome. And what we do is we use infants' visual attention to gauge what they find expected. So infants, like older kids, like adults, tend to look longer, pay more attention to things they find unusual or unexpected. So if infants think that these events should end with equal resource distributions, then you would expect them to look longer here at the unequal distribution event. Of course, across all of these studies, we conduct control conditions. So we would want to know if we did find that pattern of findings that it was unique to resource distributions that involve people. Otherwise, it might have nothing to do with fairness whatsoever. And so we run parallel control conditions where the receiving end, we have pillows or other inanimate objects on the receiving end. And across those conditions, we find no preference, equal attention to both types of test events, which allows us to say that any positive findings that we find in our experimental conditions aren't simply due to some low-level baseline preference for things like asymmetrical outcomes. So in our work, one of the things that we've tried to do is to identify the developmental trajectory of infants' expectations about these events. So I'm going to tell you about one study with infants who were between the ages of 6 and 15 months of age. And of course, the idea here is to chart the developmental trajectory and identify the developmental emergence of when infants start to have these equality expectations. Okay. So what I'm going to be showing you here is in terms of the graph is what proportion of the time infants attended to the unequal or unfair outcome. Bars above 50% mean that they're looking longer at the unequal or unfair outcome, telling us that they have a particular expectation that the outcome, they thought it was going to be equal. And what we see here is an age-related trend in infants' responses. So 12 and 15-month-old infants reliably look longer at the unequal test event, suggesting they expected an equal outcome. This result has been replicated by our lab and now lots of labs. 6-month-olds, in contrast, are at chance. They look equally to both outcomes. And 9-month-olds are transitional, meaning that they're marginally above chance. So some subset of 9-month-olds are looking longer to the unequal outcome and others aren't. So this gives us a developmental window in which we see the development of these equality expectations sometime between 6 and 12 months of age. Subsequent work by other labs has identified the developmental emergence of equality expectations. So it appears that infants at 10 months of age do possess these expectations, but younger infants don't. And we've also conducted ERP studies focusing on neurocognitive components that are responsible for our enhanced attention to unexpected events, showing that there are waveform differences at 12 and 15 months, but not at 6 months of age. So this gives us some information about the development of equality expectations and tells us that this is something that develops over time, it's acquired, and comes in around 10 months. So what about the question of developmental input? What are the experiences that might contribute to or shape infants developing these expectations? Well, in one study, we wanted to investigate the role that the onset of sharing behavior might play in developing equality expectations. So we know from lots of work that between about 6 and 12 months of age is when babies first start to engage in simple sharing behaviors, volitionally giving up an object to another person. And we thought that sharing might be important for the acquisition of these equality expectations for a couple of different reasons that aren't necessarily mutually exclusive. So when you can share objects, you will be both on the giving end of equal and unequal distributions and also on the receiving end of those distributions. So it may be the case that being able to share helps highlight the emotional consequences of fair and unfair distributions. Or ultimately, sharing may have maybe a simpler effect where what it's doing is it's motivating infants once they start to share to pay more attention to resource distribution events. And what that would mean is the extent to which these unequal or unfair outcomes are unexpected or anomalous, they more readily pick them up. So to address this question in the study that I just told you about, we asked primary caregivers, independent of kids' performance on the task, whether they had started to engage in sharing or not, whether they were sharing with other people. Perhaps unsurprisingly in our sample, all of the parents of 12-month-olds said, yes, my baby is sharing, and none of the parents of 6-month-olds said that their baby is sharing. But where we saw variability was in our 9-month-old infants. So some of the parents of 9-month-olds said they don't share, they're not sharing with anyone. Some parents said they share with their primary caregiver, but that's it. So they're sharing somewhat selectively. And other parents said they share with both their primary caregiver and other individuals, so sharing more widely. Now, you might recall that 9-month-olds were the ones that were transitional. They were marginally above chance in terms of their selective attention to the unequal or unfair outcome. So the question we're asking here is whether infants' sharing status predicts how they're doing on our violation of expectancy paradigm. Does it predict their attention to the unfair outcome over and above the fair outcome? And what our results told us is that there's a tight interrelation between infant sharing status and their sensitivity to equal resource distributions. So babies who are sharing broadly show significant attention to the unfair outcome over the fair outcome. Those who are sharing with only the primary caregiver show that response, but in a more muted fashion. And kids at 9 months who aren't sharing at all don't show selective attention to the unfair outcome. So this led us to think that the onset of sharing experience is associated with expectations, with the onset of expectations for equal distributions. And of course, we have more work to do to figure out exactly why this is the case, but it's helped us to identify one of the developmental inputs to infants' expectations. Okay, well, expectations are pretty basic, and of course, we have expectations for all kinds of things. So the next question we wanted to ask is whether there's any evidence that infants go beyond expectations to actually evaluate events or people based on their distributive behavior, right? Adults, we think it's good, positive, if folks do things fairly, and if you do something unfairly, less positive, negative. So do infants share these kinds of sentiments? Now, we've addressed this question using two different types of approaches. In the first approach, we look at infants' social preferences. So we're looking to see whether they have a preference for fair over unfair actors. And the reason why social preferences are interesting from an evaluation perspective is that in order to have a preference, you have to engage in some kind of basic level evaluation. You minimally have to like one thing more than the other or think it's better than the other thing. So these are interactive tasks that we use with infants where they see live events. They see one person reliably distribute goods equally to two recipients, and they see another person do unequal or unfair resource distributions. And then subsequently, they're tested on tasks where they're asked to pick who to play with. Do you want to interact with the fair person or the unfair person? And at the moment of choice, what these people are doing is exactly equivalent. There's no differentiating information. So babies have to use their prior information that they got about the actors, namely that one person was fair and the other person was unfair, in order to make their choice. There's lots of different ways that we test this. For example, the top picture is a test trial where we have them both offer identical toys. In the bottom picture, they're playing at different ends of the room and the baby is equidistant. And what we're looking to see is whether infants have systematic preferences for one person over another person. And we run these studies with 13, 15, and 18-month-old infants. Okay, what we find across these studies is that infants as young as 13 months show a preference for fair distributors. They have a systematic preference for fair distributors. Now that's really interesting, but part of the problem with this approach is that if we're only looking at infants' social preferences as a way to gauge their evaluations, we're somewhat limited in the information we're getting. And that's because preferences are really rank orderings. So if we know, for example, that someone selects oranges over apples, that could mean a myriad of different things. It could mean that the person positively evaluates both apples and oranges, but more positively evaluates oranges than apples, or negatively evaluates both, but dislikes the chosen object less than the unchosen object. Or it could mean that they have a positive disposition or evaluation towards one object, and a negative disposition or evaluation of another object. So to more cleanly get at this question, this positive negative dimension in evaluations, we've conducted subsequent studies. And what we're trying to do in these studies is directly measure associations that babies might have between positive stimuli and fair behavior and negative stimuli and unfair behavior. Okay. So this is another study that capitalizes on babies' visual attention, this time to get at their evaluations, but it works a little bit differently than the earlier studies that I told you about. In this study, what happens is babies, again, see resource distribution. One person, Kayla, up top, distributes resources equally / fairly. Monica below her does it unfairly. And then what happens on test is that babies see these two faces of the distributors, only their faces, on flanking monitors. And from a central monitor, they hear either positive or negative stimuli. So audio stimuli. So on some trials, they would hear, good girl, good job. On other trials, they would hear, bad girl, bad job. So what we want to know is if infants are systematically shifting their visual attention on the basis of the valence of the stimuli. If they associate fair people with positive stimuli, they should look at Kayla when they hear good girl. And if they associate negative stimuli with unfair behavior, they should look at Monica on the left-hand side here. Oh, and these studies were done with 13 and 15-month-old infants. So here's what we find in this work. Infants at both ages tend to show this selective pairing or this association between valent stimuli and fair and unfair distributors. Specifically, when they hear negative stimuli admonishment, they look longer at the unfair distributor, the person who was previously unfair. And when they hear positive stimuli, in this case praise, they look longer at the fair distributor. Okay, so we know that by 13 months of age, infants not only have social preferences for folks based on their distributive behavior, but they appear to incorporate these positive, negative dimensions of evaluation, specifically based on how people distribute resources. But what about the developmental onset? When do we first see evidence of this? Again, this work comes from another lab, not our lab. But in this paper, Juryashi and Surian showed that 10-month-olds actually lack social preferences for fair over unfair distributors. So what that tells us is that it's likely that evaluations for folks based on their fair and unfair behavior don't develop until slightly later than their expectations, between about 10 and 13 months of age. So it appears that there's some decalage in terms of the developmental onset of expectations about the outcomes of resource distribution versus evaluations of actors based on their distributive behavior. Okay, what about the question of developmental input? What is it that might be driving infants' evaluation? Well, we don't know for sure, but we have a hypothesis, which has to do with social referencing. So there's been loads of work that looks at infants' ability to use emotional displays that are provided by their parents or other adults in the environment to guide their behavior. And most of this work is done in situations where an infant or toddler is brought into a lab, they're shown a novel object, and researchers look to see what they do. Invariably, infants look to their parents' faces and they use the emotion that the parent displays to guide their behavior. So if the parent looks fearful, for example, they might avoid the object. If they look happy, the baby will approach the object. We also know from subsequent work that babies extend these responses to unexpected events. So most of this work has been done in the physical domain, showing that when babies see events, like for example, an object suspended in midair, they'll socially reference their parents more so than when they see expected physical object events, like an object falling to the ground. So what this tells us is that when babies see things that are unexpected, they'll seek information from adults. And finally, one of the things that we did to address whether this might be going on for our data, whether infants might be using information provided by parents to begin to evaluate the outcomes of distribution events, is we looked back at some of our earlier data and looked at rates of social referencing. And what we found there is that for infants who are looking longer to these unfair versus fair outcomes, in addition to showing enhanced attention to those outcomes, they're also socially referencing their parents more to the unexpected unfair event than to the fair event. So the next step, of course, in this research project is to find ways to empirically validate whether infants are actually using any information that they get from their parents when they look to them in order to make sense of these events. Okay, what about this question of enforcement? What about the question of whether babies show any evidence of enforcing fair and unfair behavior? So specifically, are they engaging in reward and punishment? And in particular, we think that for adult moral responses, engaging in enforcement and specifically punishing transgression is a really important part of the mature moral response. Okay, so I'm going to tell you about a study we conducted with 16-month-old infants in order to investigate whether this is something that infants do. And in this study, we wanted to do two things. We wanted to ensure that our paradigm had two features that we thought were important. First of all, we wanted to look at spontaneous reward and punishment as opposed to solicited reward and punishment, because we thought that would be more ecologically valid. And in addition, we wanted to look at infants' delivery of reward and punishment in a manner where we felt confident that any performance that we saw on the task couldn't be put down to something like infants' imitation of things that they see in the real world. And for those reasons, we developed a touchscreen paradigm to address this question. So we conducted two separate studies here. During training, what babies learned is that pushing one colored panel on a touchscreen elicited reward. In the first experiment, this was vocal reward, good job. In the second experiment, the reward consisted of a person in the middle of the monitor. You don't see that here, but a person would be in the middle of the monitor, they'd be getting a cookie. And then pressing, in this case, the green panel elicited punishment. So again, experiment one, this punishment was verbal, bad job. But in experiment two, they saw this concrete punishment of the person having a cookie taken away from them. Then babies sat back and they watched these resource distributions that looked a lot like the resource distributions I've been showing you throughout this talk. And again, one person did fair resource or equal resource distribution. The other person did unfair, unequal resource distribution. And then during the response phase, on some trials, they saw the actor who was previously fair in the middle of the screen and the colored bars on either side of her. On other trials, they saw the actor who was previously unfair in the middle of the screen and the colored bars on either side of her. And what we looked at is infant spontaneous responses. What did they do? How did they interact with the touch screen? And of course, the idea here is that if infants are rewarding fair behavior, you should see more touches to the reward panel, in this case, the orange panel over the green panel when the person is fair. And if they're systematically punishing unfair behavior, you would see more touches to the punishment panel, the green panel here, over the orange panel when the unfair person's face was there. Okay. So here's what we found in this study. We found the same thing, the same general pattern of results, regardless of what the type of reward and punishment was, whether it was vocal or concrete. Infants at 16 months tended to reward over punish the fair distributor, but we saw no evidence that they were punishing the unfair distributor. So they engaged in reward, but not punishment. In a subsequent study, we sought to ensure that this pattern of results that we saw was unique to events that adults typically would reward or punish. And we did a follow-up study which was exactly the same, except in this study, we asked parents about infants' favorite and most disliked food. And we measured their responses on the touch screen, their touches to the punishment and the reward. And of course, this is the idea here is that for adults, we don't punish and reward all positively and negatively valent stimuli, right? We punish and reward folks on the basis of adhering to or violating moral norms. And what we found in that condition is that babies were at chance. They were not selectively pushing either punishment or reward, whether it was the most preferred or least preferred food. So what these findings tell us is that babies seem to uniquely reward fair distributors, but there's no evidence that they punish unfair distributors. Okay, so what about the question of developmental trajectory? So here we see that there's no evidence of punishment at 16 months of age. And actually, there's a lot of recent evidence, mostly conducted with children, that suggests that the emergence of punishment actually is a relatively late development, that it perhaps awaits the end of the late preschool period or maybe even the early school years. And this is true not just for fair and unfair behavior, but all kinds of antisocial types of behaviors. So taken together, I think what these findings tell us is that these different components of infants' responses are coming in along different timeframes. They start by developing expectations, then accrue evaluations, and it's only perhaps several years later that they're actually starting to enforce these distributive fairness norms. So I guess one question that we could ask is, what is it? What is it that prevents young children and infants from systematically engaging in punishment? What do young children lack, or what do they have to come to appreciate in order to engage in punishment? There's a number of different hypotheses that we're currently evaluating. So one hypothesis is that it might have something to do with their causal understanding. So we as adults often use reward and punishment in a functional way, right? We think that rewarding good behavior is going to increase it and punishing bad behavior is going to decrease it. But perhaps that's not something that infants or young children understand, and perhaps they need to appreciate the fact that there can be a function in reward and punishment in order to apply punishment. Another possibility is that infants and young children's reluctance to engage in punishment has something to do with immature inhibitory control abilities. So again, we know that babies are not terribly sophisticated in terms of their inhibitory control abilities. And there's this funny thing about punishment in that it's kind of paradoxical. So in order to actually punish someone, you actually have to approach someone when you might ordinarily want to avoid them based on their negative behavior. And finally, another possibility is that oftentimes when we think about punishment, we think about who's doing the punishing, it's someone who is in a position of authority, right? Authorities are the ones who punish. In fact, that's why when we look at YouTube and we see these videos of kids trying to punish their parents, that we find this so endearing and amusing, right? So one possibility is that infants and young children don't punish because doing so requires them to perceive themselves as having moral agency and requires them to construe themselves in morally authoritative ways. And these are all kind of hypotheses that we're currently trying to investigate. So I just want to close here by coming full circle to address some of these questions that I raised at the beginning of my talk. So we've probed infants' expectations about resource distributions, their evaluations about resource distributions, and their enforcement of resource distribution norms. And I think what we've learned here is that infants appear to, first of all, be acquiring these responses. They don't initially possess them, they're acquiring them over time. And they seem to be acquiring them in a piecemeal fashion. They seem to be coming in one at a time. Moreover, it appears that the developmental inputs to these different sensitivities or responses may be varied. So they're not all coming from a single input. It may be a multi kind of component affair. And I think we can put together those two pieces of information and say that given the fact that these tendencies tend to be acquired in a piecemeal fashion and that the developmental inputs are varied, that it seems more likely that early responses to moral events consist of multiple processes rather than a single process. So I think that I will end there and save the rest of the time for questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I will get you to unshare your video.
Sure.
And then there are already some hands up. So I'll call on Eric first.
Hey,
Hi.
fascinating. What a wonderfully wide range of data. I was wondering about another thing that might be predicted, which would be, say, anger reactions in the person who's been treated unfairly, and whether you've looked at that or whether you see a way to potentially look at that.
Yeah, we haven't yet, but I think that's super fascinating. So the tricky part about that is that babies' facial expressions are notoriously hard to code because they have these chubby little faces, right? And so they can be quite hard to code. It can be hard to get reliable data. There's emerging software programs actually that are trying to do just this, and they're not super accurate as of yet, but they will become more accurate. But we've also thought about looking at things like heart rate, to gauge those types of responses, maybe electrodermal responses, kind of think physiological arousal, right? And I think that's a really important next step because we as adults are often, if we feel like there's a real injustice, we're enraged by that, right? So is there any evidence that young kids are showing these types of responses, both in their emotional expressions and potentially in their physiological responses? Yeah.
That seems right. But that actually wasn't exactly what I was asking.
Okay.
So I was asking about whether they might expect anger in the person who's been treated unfairly.
Yeah,
their reading of others' emotional expressions.
Yeah, we haven't. And I think that's an important next step is, did they understand the emotional consequences for the recipient in the resource exchange, right? In our studies to date, we've been very careful about actually controlling the responses of the recipient so that what infants are doing couldn't be driven simply by the fact that one person looks unhappy and the other person looks happy or whatever. But you could actually look to see whether they have a particular expectation of the expression that someone would show on the basis of how they were treated in the resource distribution. That's a great idea.
Exactly that I was thinking. Yeah,
I love that. That's great. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks.
Alex, yes. Alex.
Yeah,
no,
we can't.
He's not asking.
I can't unmute.
Sorry, I forgot I can't unmute you. Sorry, friend. You can unmute yourself. There we go. Perfect.
Okay. Yep. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was a really great talk. And I'm familiar with some of the studies because I'm a first year with Amanda Woodward at UChicago.
Oh, great. we're related.
We've been thinking a lot about fairness and morality in infants. And something we've been discussing a lot is, how are infants really thinking about these actions? And are they, it's still to me unclear in a lot of these studies that infants are thinking about unfairness and other violations, moral violations for us adults as moral things.
Right.
Thinking about it as like just like a social convention violation, right? Like wearing shoes on your hands.
Yeah.
Right. Because babies might want to avoid people that violate conventions. They might for them, they might associate admonishment with them. And in this 2021 study, you show that, you know, infants are not really punishing that much, which kind of
Yeah, they're not punishing at all. Yeah.
yeah, they're not punishing at all. And so it's like another possibility for like why they might not be punishing maybe is they just don't think of it as immoral, right?
Right. Yeah, I think it's a really critical question. And I didn't really have time to, I wanted to kind of highlight some of the directions we're going next. And they have to do exactly with this topic, which is that, you know, one thing that's characteristic for older kids and for adults is that we think that there is a domain of morality, right? So we see commonalities across subdomains within morality, and we also see it to some degree as distinct from other stuff, right? And we're actually conducting studies right now on both of those topics. Do infants sort of see like fairness and helping as belonging to the same domain? We've mostly been doing it through kind of like person perception. If you see someone be fair, do you think they will be helpful, and so on and so forth. And then of course, the flip side is, do infants distinguish these types of transgressions from social convention violations, right? And we know that for kids, obviously for preschool age kids, but we don't know that for infants, right? So it's a really important question to address, I think. Yeah.
Good. Okay. Dave.
Hi there. Thanks a lot. This is really interesting. This is maybe continuous with the previous question. I'm a little worried about the synonymy here between inequality and unfairness.
Right.
And inequality isn't necessarily, it's sort of normatively neutral. And
Right.
so we know that there are unfair distributions that are nevertheless equal, and unequal distributions that are nevertheless unfair, sometimes as a function of merit or desert or various kinds of background and history and so forth. So I'm wondering how we get from the inequality to the unfairness, because it's the unfairness that really is the
Right.
loaded term and not necessarily inequality. So I'm wondering if you've thought about
Yeah. So I guess I'll say two things. One is that, yes, in certain circumstances, inequality is not necessarily non-normative. It's really in these circumstances where you don't have other information, where you don't know anything about the distributor, right? And you don't know anything about the recipient. In those situations, you know, across a variety of studies, adults appear to think it is normative to distribute things equally, right? But of course, that's not the only way that we think about resource distributions, and that's not the only principle we use. We also use things like need, right, and merit and things like that. So in some of our ongoing work, we seek to manipulate those factors, right? So if you're really reasoning about unfairness, then your responses should shift if one person is more needy, for example, than another person, right? If you're really reasoning about unfairness, then you might award more to someone who works harder than someone who works less hard. There's a little bit of evidence that suggests that by the end of infancy, at least with regard to the merit question, that babies may be taking that into consideration. But I don't think it's a slam dunk by any stretch. And I do think you're right that it's important to look at how infants and children's expectations, the responses shift as a function of learning additional information that would change what adults see as either fair or unfair in those particular circumstances. Yeah.
Good. Melton. Oh, sorry, I forget. There you go.
Thank you so much for an awesome talk. Both Alex and Dave have asked my question number 1 and 2, so I'll go to my question 3. I'm curious if you think that other kinds of fairness, like procedural fairness, might also follow the same developmental trajectory, or do you think that because some of those are developing later and maybe they happen, like enforcement and understanding might follow a lot more closely than
saying. Yeah. My guess is that for something like, people have begun to ask about procedural fairness with young kids, but my guess is that it might look different, but maybe for particular reasons that aren't necessarily that interesting, right? Like when you're talking about reasoning about resources, it's very concrete, right? You can see it in front of you, right? When you're talking about procedures, there's more of a cognitive load, there's more of a memory load, right? So my guess is that it would be a later development, but I don't know if that would be for interesting or uninteresting reasons. Yeah.
Good, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, everyone join me in thanking Jessica for a wonderful talk.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's take a couple seconds, catch our breath, give Florian an opportunity to get ready. Hey, Florian, you want to share your screen real quick to make sure that's working? Everything's in order? Yeah. Thanks again, Jessica. That was great.
Thanks.
Of course. You're gonna make sure you can advance the slides, Florian. There we go. It worked for a second, but for a second. Okay, I'll get you to unshare for a second, Florian, so I can introduce you. Perfect. Okay. Well, I will go ahead and do the introduction. By the time I'm done, that should be time for us to go. That's good. Okay, my next speaker is Florian Kova. The title of his talk is Free Will and Why Belief in Free Will is Not an Adaptation. Florian is assistant professor at University of Geneva's Philosophy Department and Swiss Center for Effective Sciences. Most of his research lies at the intersection between philosophy and cognitive science. He's especially interested in the source of our value judgments, moral, aesthetic, and political, which has led him to work in fields as diverse as metaethics, ethics, philosophy of action, aesthetics, psychology of emotions, and moral psychology. His work has been published in journals in philosophy, psychology, neuroscience, and linguistics, and he recently co-edited or co-directed the volume Advances in Experimental Philosophy of Ethics. So please join me in welcoming Florian Kova. Okay, now it's all you.
Okay, that's fine. I feel it didn't work for a minute, but that's fine. So thank you for the invitation. So I just need to share my screen. Okay, and that should be good. So thank you for the invitation. So what I'm going to present is more like some kind of argument that has been turning around in my mind, because I've been working lately a lot with psychologists and a bit of neuroscientists on free will. And it seems to me that there is some kind of some kind of vague idea that is widely shared by psychologists, neuroscientists, and non-philosophers working on free will, which is like that free will is not a grounded belief, but it's something we believe in because it has advantages. Like belief in free will exists because it's an adaptation. So generally, as I see it, is like I think that most of my colleagues see two things. They see that most people believe in free will. There are a lot of studies suggesting that people believe in free will. And they also tend to think that belief in free will is not grounded in evidence because, you know, free will is such a metaphysical, philosophical debate that is far from being settled. So it's strange that we would massively believe a question that is so complicated and that specialists are not able to settle. So the conclusion that they are drawn to is that we naturally tend to believe in free will. It's like maybe free will exists, maybe that's a grounded, maybe that's the right belief, but the reason why people believe it is not something that has to do with just with the truth. It's just some kind of natural tendency to believe in free will. And so the idea is that belief in free will might be an adaptation, maybe a biological or a cultural one, but I think that a lot of people are tempted to go towards the idea that it's a biological adaptation. And it's not something that is often explicitly defended, but I think that's some kind of pervasive view. But you can find sometimes psychologists or philosophers that do defend such view. For example, here you have Richard Reikos, which is a psychologist who created one of the first measure scale of belief in free will, which has this article in which he explicitly defends the idea that belief in free will is a biological adaptation. And going through the literature, I think you can find two great types of claim about free will being an adaptation. I think that there is one first type of claim, which is that people believe in free will because the belief in free will brings personal benefits to those who believe in free will. And for example, here you have an example of a very recent article by a philosopher that defends this claim that belief in free will is an adaptative but ungrounded belief. And here the idea is that we believe in free will is an adaptation, and it's an adaptation because believing in free will brings a lot of personal benefits to those who believe in free will. And so you have evidence in the literature that goes into this direction. You have a lot, it turns out that belief in free will, as measured by the various scales that has been developed over the years, correlates with a lot of very good outcome for life. So here you have two references that I show, but basically belief in free will has been shown to correlate with self-perceived but also overrated job performance. It has been shown to correlate with subjective well-being, which is fine, meaning in life, which is also fine, quality of romantic relationships when you are in a romantic relationships. I have myself committed the sin of publishing a paper showing that belief in free will is positively correlated with romantic love, to which extent you feel passions toward your partner. So there is a lot of good personal stuff that is correlated to belief in free will. And so that could ground the idea that maybe the reason we come to believe in free will is because it has all these subjective, personal, positive outcome. The second version of the claim that that we can find through the literature is that belief in free will evolved not because it has a personal benefit for the person believing it, but because it has a kind of social, interpersonal benefit for human societies at large. And the idea is that for human society to function, to work, we need to punish wrongdoers, to punish those who do bad things that violate the social order. But to be able to punish wrongdoers, we must first believe that they are morally responsible for the wrongdoings, and thus we must believe in free will. So the idea is that we would have come to evolve the ability to believe in free will because it allows us to punish wrongdoers, and this is very efficient for the social order. Here again, you have some kinds of evidence that would support this view in the literature. You have correlation, but I don't display here, which is that people who believe in free will measure as through the same scales I already mentioned, are more likely to support the fact of punishing wrongdoer, and will show also more cruelty in the punishment they want to attribute to wrongdoer. So they are more supportive of punishments, and they're more cruel in the punishments they advocate for. So, and this is correlated to belief in free will. And going beyond correlational evidence, you also have studies, most of which have been run by Corey Clark and her colleagues, which are studies in which people are presented first with a vignette that describes a scenario in which an agent performs an action. The actions can be morally neutral, or it can be immoral. For example, you have someone who recycles stuff in his bins, and you have someone who steals things in a bin. That would be a pair of scenario. And after the participants have seen one of the two vignettes, they are asked about their general belief in free will. And according to this literature, people report heightened or higher belief in general free will after having read an immoral scenario than after having read a morally neutral scenario. And the idea behind that is that this shows that, you know, your belief in free will has a function which is to punish wrongdoers, because this kind of belief is activated when you think about people doing wrong things, you know. So these are two very broad type of claims we can find. There are, of course, a lot of possible subtypes. But what I want to defend in this talk is that when you look closer at the idea that belief in free will might be an adaptation, according to me, it's either trivial, so it's not a very big, it's not as interesting as it might sound as a claim, or it's, I think, quite implausible, at least in the current state of our evidence. And one reason for that is that free will is a very polysemous concept. And when you go into this psychological literature about free will, when you look at how it is conceptualized and how it is measured, you find that there are a lot of different things that are called free will, actually. Depending on what you read, sometimes free will is just being the source of one's actions. Someone, it's like escaping determinism, this very metaphysical power. And you have a lot of intermediary definition of free will you can find. It's the ability to resist temptation or to delay rewards. It's having control upon one's environment. It's being able to act otherwise, or it's being free from external constraints. And sometimes in the very same paper, the free will will jump from one definition to the other. So for example, if you look at the Reikos paper I mentioned first, the paper begins by speaking about the belief as a belief that we are not determined, that we escape determinism. And then 2 pages later in the same paper, free will is just being the author of one's action, which is kind of something a bit less ambitious. And so the idea is that in this literature, the way free will is defined kind of oscillates between what I will call very ambitious definition of free will, which is like the idea that free will is the ability to escape determinism, to like some kind of indeterministic agency, and some very basic definition of free will, in which free will is just being the source of one's actions, or being sensitive to reasons when you take your decisions. And you have some kind of what I would call moderate free will, which is between the two, like free will is being free from external constraints, or free will is being able to resist temptation or delay rewards. And my claim is that the idea that free will is a biological adaptation only seems plausible if you kind of conflate all these levels of free will, all these meanings of free will. And once you have made a distinction, it becomes much less plausible. So the idea that I will be defending in the time I have left is like, if you are speaking about ambitious free will, then there is no real empirical evidence for backing up the claim that it is a biological adaptation. And if you are speaking about basic free will, you have a lot of evidence for that, but it's very kind of trivial, and we already know that. And I will speak about moderate free will later. So the idea is, so we can ask ourselves a question like, is belief in ambitious free will as the ability to escape determinism through some kind of indeterministic agency, an adaptation? And the fact is that we have all this data, all this literature that shows correlation between belief in free will and belief on a lot of positive outcomes, you see. That is kind of the ground for believing that belief in free will might be an adaptation. But actually, most of these studies that find correlation between good outcomes and belief in free will, they are not using measures of free will, but are contrasting free will with determinism. There are measures that ask people whether they have free will, whether they are able to have some control over their environment, whether they feel that they are free from external constraints. So there is no direct reference to indeterministic agency or ability to escape determinism. So we don't really know if the positive outcomes that are related to belief in free will are related to belief in indeterministic free will. So in a series of studies, like 5 studies, what I have done is like, I try to look at whether the positive correlate of belief in free will are positive correlates of belief in indeterministic free will. Whether it's like the indeterministic part in the belief of free will that is doing the job and bringing good outcomes or not. So for that, I need a measure of belief in indeterministic free will, and we do not really have one that on which people have a consensus. So what I did is that I used a lot of different measures of belief in indeterministic free will. One thing I did is that I used the determinism subscale of Nadelhofer and colleagues' free will inventory, which measured to which extent people believe that the world they live in is deterministic. So that seems a first good measure of whether people believe in indeterministic free will. And I added some other alternate measure just to be sure that I would obtain similar results trying different things. So one thing that I tried is like, I kind of tried to develop items that mirror what philosophers call the principle of sufficient reasons, the idea that whatever happens, including human actions, have an explanation for what it happened this way and not in other way. So the item was the following. Every time a human being makes a decision, there is a combination of reasons and causes, some of them we might never know, that explains precisely why this human being made this decision and not another one. So people rated the agreement with that and with the determinism subscales. And as a third measure of whether people believe in free will, in indeterministic free will, I also tried to probe their belief through vignettes. So this is why there are 5 studies, because in all studies I have these measures, the determinism subscales, the free will subscales, the principle of sufficient reason item. But I also try different vignettes to measure to which extent they believed in indeterministic free will. So I'm not going to present every vignette, of course, because that would be overly long. So here is one example of vignette I use. This is a vignette in which I ask people to imagine that there is a multitude of parallel universes, and some are very different from each other, and others are indiscernible. I ask them to first imagine that there is a universe that is called Universe A, and there is someone in this universe that is born on January 2nd, 1985. A lot of stuff happened in this universe. A lightning bolt strikes the house of this person on a particular date. The person grows up to be a mathematician. On a particular date, he discovers how to demonstrate a particular mathematical theorem and becomes famous. And in another date, he discovers that his wife is cheating on him with a colleague, and he kills said colleague. So you see, a lot of stuff happens. And then we say that there are 100 parallel universes which on January 1st, 1985 were exactly the same as this universe, exactly identical to this universe at this particular point in time. And this universe are governed by the same laws of nature than Universe A. And what we say is like, if you suppose that all these universes are in the same state on January 1st, 1985, and that the same laws of nature, in how many of these 100 universes do you think that the same kind of thing will happen? In how many of these universes will the lightning bolt strike the house? In how many of these universes will Albert discovers the proof for the mathematical theorem? And most importantly, in how many of these universes will he finally decide to kill his colleague for it? And the idea is that we take as a measure of whether people believe in determinism, whether they answered that the murder would happen in all 100 universes or only in less than 100 universes. So just to show what it looks like, you see a lot of people actually say that the murder will happen in all 100 universes, but you have people who have different beliefs and say that it will happen only in half of them, for example. So these are people who kind of show some kind of belief in indeterministic free will. So we have all these measures of free will and the question of indeterministic free will, and we wondered to which extent that predicted good outcomes. And so what we found is the following: like we can reproduce the finding of the literature. If you take a standard free will measure that is not zooming in on indeterministic free will, a lot of people we find correlation between belief in free will and subjective well-being, meaning in life, belief in self-efficacy, self-reported efficacy at work. But if you look at the various measure of belief in indeterministic free will, we have no significant correlation. And this is basically what we find in all the studies, which is that we always found this correlation that belief in free will is correlated with a lot of positive outcome. But if you ask specifically about the belief that you have indeterministic free will, it doesn't predict much, actually. It doesn't even predict how many children you have, which is something we add to test the biological part of adaptation. And we can ask, but so this is for the personal benefits hypothesis. What about interpersonal benefits? The idea that belief in free will promotes the punishment of wrongdoers. Well, we have something very strange in this case, actually. We find basically the same result as in the literature, which is like people who believe in free will, according to standards measure of free will, are more likely to recommend punishment of wrongdoers and are more cruel and more harsh in their punishments. And what we find is that, for example, if you use Nadelofer and colleagues' determinism subscale, people who believe in determinism are even more likely to be cruel and recommend harsh punishment of wrongdoers. So, for the other measure, we have either the same results or no results. So it seems that believing in determinism about human agency is actually nothing that prevents you from punishing wrongdoers. So this is kind of, it seems that the claim that we need to believe in indeterministic free will to be able to punish wrongdoers doesn't really work. Similarly, if you try to replicate the non-correlational manipulational study of Corey Clark and colleagues using measure that test to which extent people believe in indeterministic free will, well, we don't find an effect of the manipulation on belief in indeterministic free will, though we are able to replicate the effect of the manipulation on belief in free will non-specified. So it seems that a lot of the findings that motivate the idea that free will is a biological adaptation do not generalize to belief in indeterministic free will, you see. It doesn't seem that's the indeterministic part that is related to all these positive outcomes. Even more, I think that there are very obvious counterexamples to the idea that we would have needed to evolve a belief in indeterministic free will. So the idea is like something like that. Like this account goes something like that. It's like we need to believe in indeterministic free will because we wouldn't be able to punish wrongdoer if we didn't have this belief. But why wouldn't we be able to punish wrongdoer without this belief? Oh, but because we already have the belief that if people do not have indeterministic free will, then they are not morally responsible. But it's very strange to see how this former belief that is required in the evolutionary account would itself have evolved. What would be, for example, the benefits of believing that people cannot be punished if they do not have indeterministic free will? So I think that there is a lot of problem with these accounts, and actually the data that are supposed to support the idea that belief in free will is an adaptation doesn't work for ambitious indeterministic free will. So what now, if now we go to the other extreme of the free will spectrum, can we say that belief in basic free will is an adaptation, knowing that basic free will is the idea that we are the source of our actions, or that we act in a reason-sensitive way? And my idea is, yeah, I think it's clearly an adaptation, but I think we clearly know that from other literature. Let's for example, take let's say that we believe in free will in the sense that we believe that other people act in a reason-sensitive way. Well, actually, yeah, that's basically what the theory of mind is all about. Theory of mind is part of human cognition. It's a biological adaptations. And this is what drives us to see others' behavior and our behavior in such a light that we see this behavior as being motivated by desire, beliefs, and reasons. So saying that we evolve the tendency to attribute free will to others in the sense that we have the tendency to see their behavior as guided by reasons is nothing new. It's something that is already known from all the literature and research that has been done on theory of mind. And we do not have to appeal to consideration about the possible benefit of believing in free will for that. Similarly, for the idea that we are the source of our own actions, there have been a lot of neuroscience studies and psychological studies on where the feeling of being the author of one's action comes from. And we know a lot about the machinery behind this feeling of being the author of our actions. And probably most of it is a biological adaptation. But again, it's not an adaptation in the same sense as those who insist on the personal benefits of belief in free will wants to push this claim. So I think that on the basic reading of what it means to have free will, it's very clear that belief in free will is an adaptation, but it's also very trivial and nothing new. It's something that we have known for quite some time. And this leaves us for a conclusion with the final question is like, is belief in moderate free will an adaptation? What I call moderate free will is the belief that you are free from external constraints or that you are able to resist temptation and delay rewards. About these things, I do not have really an opinion on whether this is something that is, on whether we have some kind of natural belief that we are able to do these things or that we are free from external constraints. I don't think we have enough data about this particular kind of stuff to determine whether they are kind of widespread, universal. But it's probably these kind of beliefs that are the ones that are directly related to the positive outcomes, because these are the ones that feature most prominently in a lot of measures of belief in free will. So maybe belief in free will is an adaptation in this sense. Maybe we have some kind of overconfidence, natural overconfidence in our capacity, and we naturally believe that we are able to resist temptations or that we are naturally able to escape external constraints. But I don't think we have actually robust evidence in favor of this moderate but plausible claim. So I think that in the current state of the literature, the data we have do not warrant the idea that free will is an adaptation, and that even if the idea might seem plausible at first and might seem very tempting, it's because we do not disentangle the various meanings of free will that are at play in these studies. Okay, but I will end on that.
Florian, thank you. So I'll get you to unshare your slides.
I do that.
And you know that I'm fond of what you just, the view you just defended is one that I'm perfectly happy if it turns out to be true. So that resonates with me. Let's see if others have questions first. Well, I'll ask one then. So can you don't need to put it back up, but there was a slide in one of the slides with the results you mentioned,
yeah,
which you skipped over, the, like maybe it was allocation of resources or something like that.
I don't think so.
It was the bottom of one of the slides that had the results. Maybe the first one or the second one, I don't know.
I didn't comment on the one that because we use a lot of measure of whether people are willing to punish people in a harsh way, and so we have category which is like respect for procedural justice.
Oh, that's the one.
Neutral sentencing, yeah. And what we found is that people who believe in determinism, according to your scale actually, and to a lesser extent to the other measure I use, are more likely to advocate the fact that we do not respect procedural justice when it comes to punish wrongdoers. Actually, but we bypass due process when we have to punish criminals.
They're more likely to say that.
Yeah, they are more likely to say that. They are like more adamant about that.
Yeah, that's puzzling.
Yeah, I think so.
Is it possible? So one thing we found when we constructed and validated the scale, which was always puzzling, and I don't know, maybe that can be what's going on, was that religiosity, weirdly enough, seemed to correlate with determinism.
Mm.
And I wonder whether there's a kind of theological fatalism that's in the background of that somehow. I mean, I'd have to, I mean, it's been a long time. The scale's been around for a while, so I kind of forget. But I think, so that's the first thing. So one thing might be that the religiosity could be playing a strange role there. And another piece of that might tie into that is that we originally wanted to have a fatalism subscale and a determinism subscale. That was the goal. And we couldn't really get we couldn't get people to draw the distinction we wanted, right?
Mm.
So we cut the fatalism items, but it wasn't because, I mean, they seem to load on a similar construct, but we thought it was just cleaner and easier just to focus on the determinism items. But you might expect people who are religious to also have more fatalistic beliefs. And that's getting sort of filtered through the determinism, which might make people more likely to punish. I don't know. I'm just speculating, but that would, if because you're right, it is puzzling. That'd be my best guess.
Yeah. So thank you. So I think that I still have one study to run before I kind of try to submit that somewhere. So I can add a religiosity scale to check on that. About the determinism and fatalism, the thing is that I still find the same tendency when using like the vignette measure. So it's the correlation is weaker, but on the average across different vignettes I use, I still have this idea that people are more likely to say this will happen in 100 worlds or in 100 time loops or in 100 mirror universe. Also more likely to be harsh on punishment. So maybe this the vignette still captures something that is like fatalism actually, but yeah.
Good.
So another possibility is like people might think that if determinism is true, then people are less likely to change, and so you have to be extra harsh with them for punishments to be efficient.
Yep, that makes sense. Eddie, what you got?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thanks, Florian. As always, that's fascinating work. I have several questions, but I'll try and keep it short. One is I just want to highlight that this nicely kind of complements an explanation that I gave for the sort of, to the extent the Baumeister-Voss type results exist, We know that there's, problems with some of them, but to the extent they exist, presumably what's going on is when you tell people they don't have free will, they're assuming they don't have what you call the low level or basic
Yeah.
type of free will. And that, it's not surprising then that makes them less likely to exercise willpower, or less likely to maybe be honest or to hold others responsible. So I think it's crucial that if we're telling people they don't have free will, we are very clear about what we're telling them they don't have. And you know me, if you tell them they don't have indeterministic free will, I don't think they're going to be very worried about much of anything. If you can share your screen and put back up the results of the repeating universe.
Yeah.
You went through it fast, but those are pretty important results given the history of the debate. Am I reading it right that you've got about 60 or more percent saying
Yeah.
that it's deterministic across all three types of events?
Yeah. But but as I said, I use a lot of different vignettes. Results tend to vary from vignettes to vignettes. This one, I use this one because I think that it's one in which the description of determinism is kind of neat. I use other in which people are asked that if you go in a time loop.
Yeah.
And then sometimes I get something like 80% of people say that the same thing will reproduce itself every time. And then, but a master student of me suggested that maybe we should rephrase the question differently and say that the time doesn't loop, but it's rewinded. And in this case, we got something like 50-50. So yeah, I didn't stress these results because I also think they are super interesting, but it would have drove us a bit far from the topic of today. But
okay. I mean, and it might depend if you make it a little more clear that, there's something about the past and the laws causing everything. People might be less willing to say determinism. Just a real quick possibility for why high levels of determinism might lead to higher punishment. I mean, no, it's not going to work for the other measures. I was thinking for your Leibnizian one, people might think like they deserve to be punished because they did it for reasons and it's who they are or something like that. But I don't think it holds for all of them. So yeah, that's a bizarre finding.
This is what I specify causes, because when you tell people that everything happens for reasons, they hear something extremely different, which is kind of providential belief here. So yeah, but maybe they still hear it in that. So this is possibility.
Florian, can I ask a quick follow-up? If you go back to the slide Eddie wanted to see.
Yeah, this one, I think, yeah.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Well, I can just ask it. I don't need to see the slide. So you have the scenario with like the 100 universes or whatever. What do you think would happen if
this one. Okay.
Yeah. What do you think would happen if you split them up, right? So you have one vignette where it's the lightning, or in one vignette where it's instead of aggregating them, because then they're like thinking they might just anchor them all together.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. I see. Yes.
And then if you pull them apart, you might pull the intuitions apart. Anyway, I'll let other people ask their questions, but you can unshare. It was just a suggestion.
Yeah. I see. Yeah.
Who was next? I can't see. I'll get you to unshare real quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Madwa, let me make it possible for you to unmute yourself. You're up.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much. That was a great talk. I have two quick questions. One question would be, so the way you establish the higher level indeterminacy is by providing the vignettes about time travel. Sorry, not time travel, but like multiple universes. So my question would be, to what extent do you think that kind of gets to the layperson everyday perspective of indeterminacy? So we have a concept of like the libertarian version of free will, or to what extent that gets to like, I can do anything I want, because my basic question is to what extent the indeterminacy measure is tied to the measure that you have, as opposed to it being just generalizable to like quote unquote real life situation. I mean, I don't know, multiverse might exist, so I don't want to say it's not real life. So that is one thing. And second thing, I was curious, I think people raised this question again. I was curious to know what is the correlation with determinism, with your determinism, the indeterminacy scale. Because whenever I have used the scale that you mentioned, the free will beliefs tend to be also positively correlated with determinism. So to what extent can you parse out like what is the unique contribution of indeterminacy when you control for whatever levels of determinism there is?
So I will first answer your second question with like, okay, maybe I should have said that, but didn't have time. I didn't want to launch this debate. All my measure of belief in determinism, they kind of correlate with each other, but kind of weakly. They do correlate, but not in a great way. So
it's a positive correlation. So the indeterminacy is positively correlated with determinism.
Yes. They are correlated with each other, but it's not clear that they are all capturing the same thing because the correlation are not very high. They do correlate with belief in free will, I think, if I remember, but very weakly. So the idea is that people who are more likely to provide indeterministic answer to the vignette, for example, are a bit higher, if I remember, but I have to check on belief in free will, but it's like it explained a very low percentage of variance.
Okay.
As for your first question, it's true that my measure of the vignette actually only measured to which extent people think that our agency is indeterministic. That's not the same thing as measuring some kind of belief in libertarian free will, because people might just believe that there is some kind of stochasticity of randomness in human actions without endorsing some kind of full-fledged belief in libertarianism. And the thing is that I have a version of these vignettes in which I put a cat instead of humans, and people do not attribute more indeterminacy to human behavior compared to cats. So maybe somebody could tell me that the cat was a very terrible example because that's kind of the most chaotic animal that you can choose, and that might be true. But yeah, so it's not clear that it's to me, it seems that it measures some kind of Aristotelian belief that, we live in some random world where contingency rules, and not something very peculiar about human agency. But I don't have enough data yet to reach this conclusion.
All right. Yeah, thank you. That is interesting that you mentioned cat, and the effects do not come out for cat, but it does come out for human beings, because indeterminacy would be like across all agents, I'm assuming. But that is interesting. So there is some sort of very human specific effect going on in there.
I don't know. It's what I was not clear. They attribute as much indeterminacy to cat's behavior than to a human behavior.
Oh, so both are equal.
Yeah, in the few I am testing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Florian, I think what we really need is a better scale.
Yeah, that's possible.
I mean, this one's 10 years out of date. I mean, let me know if you want to work on something like that. I'm up for it because I'm a masochist. Eric, what do you got?
Oh, mine's actually related to the scale and to this comment about cats. That's an interesting thought, because I was thinking that both the 100 Worlds test and the subscales of the free will inventory, there are two very different philosophical views that could be behind responding in the free will pattern. You could be kind of like my view, where I'm basically a compatibilist, but I think that there's indeterminacy in the world, or you could be a kind of hardcore libertarian. And I was just wondering to what extent it would be useful to try it seems like your methodology doesn't really pull apart those two types of views. Maybe I'm wrong about that. And maybe if you use the cat in the right way, you could start to pull it apart. But I was wondering if I'm right that your methodology doesn't really pull apart those two metaphysical views, and if it doesn't, whether maybe there's some way to pull them apart, or if it does, whether you see differences depending on what you think the people, whether people are kind of basically compatibilists who also think there's randomness, or whether they're more hardcore libertarians.
Yeah, so just to answer that, I think that both the determinism scale of Nadelov and colleagues and my vignettes are not trying to measure anything that's related to compatibilism. So the idea that whether moral responsibility or free will is compatible with determinism, it's just trying to measure whether people believe in determinism. So maybe you can think it fails to do that, but
oh, no, I wasn't thinking that.
No, as much I love to say that stuff fails to measure stuff. That's my stuff. I think that
it's a lot of fun when it's someone else's stuff, Florian.
yeah.
Sorry, I think maybe I wasn't clear. So right, I'm not saying that it fails. So I'm just thinking that looking through the two subscales that you put forward, right? Am I hearing correctly that you didn't include the dualism anti-reductionism subscale?
No, I didn't include that.
Right. So if you just look at those two subscales, then there are people with very different metaphysical beliefs who might respond very similarly.
Right.
Right. One would be someone who is an incompatibilist. You're accurate. Sorry, who's an indeterminist, and you're accurately measuring their indeterminism. But also someone who doesn't believe in kind of metaphysically strong incompatibilism, right? Like me, right? Another would be, some hardcore metaphysical libertarian, right? And I'm just thinking they might have very different underlying views, but if they're responding similarly on your scale, then you wouldn't be pulling apart how those people might have different views about punishment, or any of the, or well-being, or any of those other things, right? So you wouldn't be getting at that potentially interesting difference between
Florian, so one way, if you just included one of the libertarian items from part 2 of the scale, that would pretty much do the work that I think Eric's wanting, because then what you get is because those are people who are going to say, the free will is the ability to do something different, even if absolutely everything was the same. And that's going to cut the participants along the fault line that I think Eric is worried about having that piece. So you don't have to pick that one, but you could pick, and we do find like that is the item of all of the items that most strongly correlates with free will, that one.
Okay.
But anyway, it's just a suggestion, but all right, I think we should do the final talk. So let's Florian, thank you again. Everybody thank Florian. That was awesome.
Thanks.
Okay. Let me back out of all this. Hi, Tanya. Make sure your slides work first, and then I'm going to share. I'll get you to unshare it, and I'm going to share my slide so I can give you the introduction, and then we'll get started.
Okay, so hopefully you're seeing my slides. Yes?
Yes.
And are they actually advancing?
Yes.
All right, that is promising.
Awesome. All right. Well, so I'll go ahead and get started so we can get things moving along. Thank everybody for making it this far today. It's been great for me, at least. Okay. So this is the keynote speaker for today is Tanya Lombroso. The talk she's going to give is evidence for two varieties of believing. Tanya is the Arthur W. Marks Professor of Psychology at Princeton University, as well as an associate of the Department of Philosophy and University Center for Human Values, and the director of the program in cognitive science. She received her PhD in psychology from Harvard University in 2006, after receiving a BS in symbolic systems and a BA in philosophy from Stanford University. Dr. Lombroso's research aims to address foundational questions about cognition using the empirical tools of cognitive psychology and the conceptual tools of analytic philosophy. Her work focuses on explanation and understanding, conceptual representation, categorization, social cognition, causal reasoning, and folk epistemology. She is the recipient of numerous early career awards, including the Stanton Prize from the Society for Philosophy and Psychology, the Spence Award from the Association for Psychological Science, and a career award from the National Science Foundation. So please join me in welcoming Tanya Lombroso. Okay, there we go. You can share your screen.
All right, so please let me know if my slides do not begin advancing in a moment. Hopefully it'll all work. Well, first of all, thank you everybody for being here. It's been many hours on Zoom, so I appreciate those of you who are sticking it out. And I'm looking forward to your feedback, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me to this event. So in this talk, what I want to do is argue for a form of what you could call doxastic pluralism. So specifically the idea that we have more than one cognitive attitude that is belief-like, and that these different belief-like cognitive attitudes correspond to more than one psychological kind. I decided to present this work for this audience in particular for two reasons. So one of them is because the kinds of beliefs that I'm going to be contrasting are those that are based on evidential reasons, like an observation, and those that are based on moral reasons. So I think there's interesting ways in which this is going to intersect with various issues in moral psychology. The second issue for presenting this is more selfish. This is just newer work that I'm really eager to get some feedback on. And so I'm really curious to hear your thoughts. So my plan is going to be to spend the next few minutes first just motivating and refining this hypothesis. And then I'm going to spend most of the talk presenting some empirical evidence and end with some sort of bigger questions about implications and connections to philosophy. All right. So before I get into the weeds, I just want to acknowledge a collaborator on some of this work. What I'm going to present today is it's not exactly a co-author talk. I'm not going to blame Neil for anything that I say, but a lot of these ideas do come from ongoing conversations with Neil Van Leeuwen and collaborations around this topic. He and I recently had a very short paper published in the Cognitive Science Journal on the puzzle of belief. And so I do want to acknowledge his role in some of my thinking about this. All right, so on to part one. I want to motivate and refine the kind of position I'm going to be arguing for. So I'm going to start with two very uncontroversial premises, and I'll say more about these in a moment. Those are that our beliefs play a variety of psychological roles, and that these psychological roles can compete in the sense that the best belief for one role may not be the best belief for another. I'm going to use this to motivate what I take to be a more controversial hypothesis, which is that cognition handles this challenge through flexibility and cognitive attitudes. That is, that we have different flavors of believing that better align with these different sorts of roles that are played by belief. So the first premise here, again, which I take to be quite uncontroversial, is that our beliefs play a variety of psychological roles. One role for belief is to give us something like our best guess about what the actual state of the world is like. There's all sorts of reasons why this would be valuable. It's going to support the most accurate predictions. It's going to help us make successful interventions. And I'm going to refer to this role for belief as being broadly epistemic, or epistemic plus. And the reason I have the plus in here is because I do suspect there's going to be pragmatic considerations that play a role in which kinds of accuracy, for example, that we might care about in making our interventions and our predictions actually useful and relevant. I want to contrast this sort of like broad cluster of epistemic sorts of roles that our beliefs might play with a variety of non-epistemic roles that our beliefs might play. So for example, our beliefs can motivate us. They can be used to communicate our trust in other people. We can use them to signal our values in various kinds of ways. Our beliefs might regulate our emotions. The previous talk gave a great example of lots of other ways that you might imagine particular beliefs might have various kinds of consequences. And so I'm going to refer to these sorts of consequences for belief as being broadly non-epistemic. And this is intended to be a pretty broad category that includes social, moral, emotional, motivational roles, and so on. The second uncontroversial premise is that these roles for belief can sometimes compete. So the best belief for an epistemic role might not be the best belief for a non-epistemic role. So consider something like the belief that my vote will make a difference to this election. And really what I have in mind here is you sort of like fill in the first blank with any sort of arguably pro-social or moral behavior, recycling or something like that, and the corresponding effect there. And you might think that this sort of belief is going to be useful because it's going to motivate me to act in particular kinds of ways. Maybe it also just makes me feel like a better person. So it might have a variety of valuable non-epistemic kinds of characteristics. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it has pristine epistemic credentials, right? I mean, it might turn out that in a particular case, the sort of epistemically most defensible belief, something like my vote is extremely unlikely to make a difference for the election. And so in a case like this, there might be competition between what is sort of like the best belief, depending on which kinds of goals you want to prioritize. So just about every claim about belief that's ever been made by psychologists acknowledges that beliefs are subject to a variety of both epistemic and non-epistemic influences. So for example, I'm guessing this audience, most people are familiar with this very large literature on motivated reasoning, which has shown that motivations can affect when we seek evidence, how we seek evidence, how we interpret evidence, and so on. And that's going to have consequences for what it is that we believe. So on these views, the beliefs that we actually hold are going to be a function of both epistemic and non-epistemic influences. But I'm raising this because I want to differentiate it from what I want to argue for today, which I take to be a more controversial claim, which is not a pluralism about the influences on belief, but rather kind of pluralism about cognitive attitudes themselves. And so to motivate this, even though I expect it to be a familiar idea to a lot of this audience, I want to go through this to clarify what I mean by cognitive attitudes and pluralism about cognitive attitudes in this context. So to start to get your intuitions going, consider the attitudes of predicting versus hoping. So in this particular case, if you're predicting that Q or hoping that Q, these are cases where both of these have the same content, Q, but they express different attitudes towards that content, right? The attitude of predicting versus hoping. Moreover, you might think that predicting is predominantly going to be governed by epistemic sorts of considerations, like what you think is most likely to be true. But hoping might be governed by a host of non-epistemic considerations, like something's anticipated hedonic consequences, for example. So that's the kind of claim I want to make for believe, that we can have different belief-like relationships to the same content, but where one of those cognitive attitudes has a more epistemic flavor and the other one has a more non-epistemic flavor, though likely with lots of overlap. So I definitely do not want to claim that these are going to be two categories with very sharp boundaries, but that there might nonetheless be something like distinct psychological kinds corresponding to these different cognitive attitudes towards a given content. All right, so a way to rephrase the flavor of doxastic pluralism that I'm exploring is that it's a question about whether there are distinct psychological kinds, specifically two distinct belief-like cognitive attitudes that are individuated by their functional roles, with one serving a more epistemic function and the other a more non-epistemic function. The picture of natural kinds that I have in the background here is something like Boyd's homeostatic property clusters. So I'm not after necessary and sufficient conditions here to define these two kinds. I'm not after some sort of underlying essence for each kind. Instead, the question is really just whether or not we can make useful and distinct generalizations over each sort of cognitive attitude. All right, so with that as background, we're now in a position to state a more precise version of the hypothesis that I'm exploring here. So the kind of doxastic pluralism that I'm considering is specifically this. It's pluralism about belief-like cognitive attitudes understood as distinct psychological kinds in the sense that they pick out distinct property clusters and support distinct useful empirical generalizations. And the more specific distinction that I'm going to focus on today is between a more epistemic flavor of believing. I'm going to just refer to these as e-beliefs to have a sort of nomenclature here, and an alternative, more non-epistemic flavor. And I should say I'm not committed to the second sort of non-epistemic flavor of believing corresponding to a single psychological kind. I think it could turn out to be a cluster of kinds. But for everything I'm going to present today, we can assume a binary distinction between a more epistemic flavor of believing and a more non-epistemic flavor of believing. The way that I'm going to pick out these flavors of believing, at least for initial empirical investigations, is by considering beliefs that are based on epistemic reasons for belief versus beliefs that are based on non-epistemic reasons for belief, and in particular, moral reasons for belief. But I'm going to make this hard for myself by keeping Q constant across these contrasts. That's because, if I contrasted something like belief that it's Saturday today with belief in God or belief in free will or something like that, and we found systematic differences between the cognitive attitudes with the characteristics of these beliefs, we wouldn't really know if it had to do with a difference in the cognitive attitude. It would very plausibly have to do with a difference in the content. So for most of what I'll show you today, the strategy is going to be to consider whether or not there are distinct belief-like cognitive attitudes that can apply to the same content, where each attitude is associated with different properties, and where we differentiate those types of attitudes by virtue of the types of reasons that are used to support that belief. All right, so let's turn to the evidence. So what I hope to do, and it's going to be the largest segment of the talk, is to walk you through several studies that make the following points. So first, I'm going to show you some evidence that people recognize both epistemic and non-epistemic reasons as reasons for belief. So for those of you familiar with the literature on the ethics of the belief, this evidence really amounts to showing that at least some people are non-evidentialists or endorse some variety of moral encroachment. So next, I'm going to turn to evidence that people differentiate beliefs that are based on epistemic versus non-epistemic reasons, specifically that they do so in the way that they use language to talk about their beliefs. I take these results to lay some of the groundwork for the possibility of distinct psychological kinds, but I think this evidence is still relatively indirect. So finally, I'm going to consider more direct evidence, turning to how beliefs that are based on epistemic versus non-epistemic reasons differ, supporting the idea that they correspond to different psychological kinds. And when I get to that part, I'll develop some predictions there that I'm exploring. And that's the most tentative part in terms of the data that I have to support it. One really important caveat as I move forward, when I say in these predictions and the evidence I'm going to show it, when I say people, what I really mean are adult American participants recruited through platforms like Mechanical Turk and Prolific Academic. Clearly this is a very particular population and a particular sample. It gets cumbersome to try to qualify every claim that I make, but please bear in mind that everything I'm showing you pertains to that particular population. I think it's a really interesting and important question to think about the extent to which these results do or may not generalize to other populations. All right, so the first point I want to show you some evidence for is that people recognize both epistemic and non-epistemic reasons for belief. I'm beginning here because if you have a very narrowly sort of evidentialist picture of belief and you reject moral and pragmatic encroachment on belief, you might reject the very idea that there could be non-epistemic reasons for belief. And so I want to start out by showing you some evidence that at least in people's sort of folk epistemology, there does seem to be a role for non-epistemic considerations in belief. And I think there's quite a lot of indirect evidence for this point. I'm just going to show you one study that comes from a broader range of results with Corey Cusimano. And this was from a sort of a cluster of papers looking at how perceived moral value and evidence jointly shape belief. And I just picked out one study from the set to make the points that are relevant for this talk, but there's a lot more I could have talked about. All right, so what we did in this study is that across a variety of scenarios and in a few different ways, we created cases in which there are two individuals where these two individuals have the exact same evidence regarding some proposition. But one of these individuals additionally has a non-epistemic reason, like a moral obligation or some other sort of moral consideration for believing one way or the other. So as one example that we used, one of our scenarios had an individual, I'm just going to call him Bill, and Bill's been accused of a crime. And our characters have to decide whether they're going to believe that Bill is innocent or that Bill is guilty. Our character on the left here is a close friend of Bill. And so he feels a moral obligation to Bill to give Bill the benefit of the doubt out of loyalty as a friend and to believe that he's innocent. Our character on the right has the exact same evidence, and we go to great pains to match the evidence across these cases in various ways. It's one of the main methodological challenges of these studies. But this character, despite having exactly the same evidence regarding Bill, is a stranger with no moral obligation to Bill. So the question that we can now ask is whether people think that the two characters ought to believe the same thing by virtue of the fact that they have the same evidence, or whether they there's a given belief, like for example, the belief that Bill is innocent, that maybe the friend should form, but not the stranger, or that perhaps the friend would be more justified in forming than the stranger by virtue of these moral considerations. And so again, we ask that in different ways across studies. I'm just showing you one of the ways now. So in the study, I'm going to show you the way that we matched the evidence across cases was by having the stranger actually be an advanced artificial intelligence with access to everything that the friend knows and feels about Bill. So the friend undergoes, state-of-the-art brain scanning, and all of this character's knowledge and experiences and beliefs about this character are accessible to this AI. And on the basis of that information, the AI can then form beliefs about whether or not Bill is innocent or guilty. So participants are asked to indicate what they thought this advanced AI would estimate about the probability that the person is innocent, based solely on the evidence that they had from this other character's brain scan and so on. So they got a slider that started at 50%, and they could move it to indicate whatever they thought was the right probability here. Participants were similarly asked what the friend ought to believe, and here the slider was initialized at whatever value they had indicated for the AI, and participants could keep it there or they could slide it to a different value. And we refer to the gap between what they thought was the probability of guilt given the evidence to what they thought the friend character ought to believe as prescribed inaccuracy, because they're basically saying that the friend ought to believe something that departs from the belief that corresponds to the evidence that that agent has. So here is what some of our data look like. So these figures display the mean values for the AI, that's the line in yellow, and the mean ratings for the character who had a moral reason, that's in green, across the 6 scenarios that we tested. So we've been talking about the friend vignette. This is the case where the moral obligation concerns loyalty out of friendship to believe that the friend is innocent. But we had 5 other cases. Most of these were drawn largely from the philosophy literature and discussions in the ethics of belief. But just to give you a flavor for these, for example, the sex vignette involved whether or not it's the belief that a particular woman in a medical context is a nurse rather than a surgeon. The race-based case involved a case where the belief involved believing or not believing that a young Black man in a neighborhood that is known for violent gangs, if that individual belongs to a violent gang. The marriage scenario involved a case where there's a lot of evidence that based on somebody's demographic characteristics, their marriage is likely to end in divorce. And so the more optimistic belief would be that their marriage is not going to end in divorce. The cancer case involved a sort of pessimistic cancer diagnosis. And so the belief would be that the person is going to, in fact, live beyond the 5 years that they're expected to live. And the bully case involved a teacher who has some evidence that a kid might sort of like be a bully, like his older brother. And so the more optimistic belief that she might have a moral obligation to hold as a teacher is that he actually is not sort of fundamentally a bad kid. So across all of these cases, the nature of the moral reason that a character might have to have a more optimistic belief vary to some extent. But in all cases, there's what we consider sort of the more optimistic belief, which is plotted here on the left. And the less optimistic belief is on the right. And so what you can see is that in 5 of the 6 cases, participants thought that the character who had a moral reason for belief ought to believe something that was significantly different from what they thought the AI who had all of that character's evidence ought to believe. So more specifically, 53% of our participants showed this effect, right? So here we're just looking at means on the left, but that effect was driven by a slim majority of the participants who actually gave these different values. We also asked participants to consider the range of probabilities that they thought would be consistent with the evidence that they had. So specifically, they were again shown a slider scale with the probability of guilt. And in this case, the slider started out the value they'd originally indicated as what the AI should believe or assigned as a probability of guilt. And they were told that there could be some uncertainty about this estimate, right? They were asked to indicate the most optimistic estimate that the AI could form while still being consistent with the evidence. And they would drag their slider to indicate what that value is. They were also asked to indicate the most pessimistic estimate that the AI could form while being consistent with the evidence. They did the same thing for the character with a moral obligation. And again, these were initialized at the same points as they were for the AI, and participants could leave them the same or they could move them. And the question is whether or not these intervals were actually different, suggesting that participants regard a different range of possible beliefs as being consistent with that character's evidence, where these differ by virtue of the fact that the friend has a moral obligation that the AI does not. So here's what the data looked like. The answer is that these intervals were different. So this figure shows the average intervals that were selected across our 6 scenarios, with the AI's interval along the top and the interval for the character with a moral reason along the bottom. Again, the more optimistic belief is always on the left and the more pessimistic belief is always on the right. So what you can see is on the side of the pessimistic belief, so like believing that the friend is guilty, there was no difference between what people thought the AI or the person could still believe while being consistent with the evidence. But then on the optimistic side, for at least for 3 of the scenarios significantly and for all of them numerically, participants thought that there were some optimistic beliefs that the character could believe that were still consistent with the evidence, but that were not consistent with the evidence for the AI. So quantifying this by in terms of the number of participants who show these effects, we found that 42% of participants thought the character with a moral reason for optimistic belief could hold a more optimistic belief than the evidence-matched AI while being consistent with the evidence. And in fact, 17% of participants thought that the character with a moral reason for belief should believe something. So that's the previous rating I showed you. They thought they should believe something that fell outside of the interval of which beliefs were the ones that were actually consistent with the evidence. Okay, so we do a lot more in the paper itself. For now, I just went through these one examples to make a sort of much more modest point than what we tried to make in the paper. And the more modest point here is that at least some of our participants, if not all of them, seem to recognize both epistemic but also non-epistemic reasons as legitimate reasons for belief that influence what a person ought to believe. Okay, so let's move on to point 2, that people differentiate beliefs that are based on epistemic versus non-epistemic reasons. And for this, I'm going to rely on 2 prior papers that have found that people tend to speak differently about mundane factual beliefs, like the belief that it's Saturday, relative to something like religious beliefs, like belief in God. So for instance, people tend to say that they think it's Saturday, not that they believe it's Saturday, but that they believe that God exists, not that they think that God exists. And so these papers have a bunch of things, including some corpus analyses. And I'm just going to show you my favorite experiment, which kept the content of a proposition fixed while manipulating the attitude verb that was selected. So for example, in what I'm going to call the epistemic context, and this is not the original nomenclature for the paper, but to be consistent with my argument here, in the epistemic context, they read a vignette like the following. All last year, Carrie would get splitting headaches in the afternoons. Sometimes her friends would offer her aspirin, but Carrie had tried using aspirin many times in the past, and the headaches just kept happening, whether she took the aspirin or not. So Carrie always refused the aspirin her friends offered because she thinks or believes that aspirin, she I guess thought or believed that aspirin was not a cure. So actually, I think this was probably a typo on my part. I think it was present tense. So participants would fill in thinks or believes that aspirin is not a cure. So you can consult your own intuitions. Does it seem more natural to put in thinks or believes there? Note your intuition for that case, and now consider the non-epistemic context. So here's another vignette. So all last year, Terry would splitting headaches in the afternoons. Sometimes her friends would offer her aspirin, but Terry belonged to the Church of Christ Scientist, which teaches that prayer, not medicine, is the way to cure medical ills. So Terry always refused the aspirin her friends offered because she believes that aspirin is not a cure. All right. So what's nice about these vignettes, and there were several of them, not just these 2, was that they match the content of the proposition that people are choosing an attitude verb for, right? So in both cases, it's about whether or not aspirin is a cure. And the finding was that for these more epistemic contexts, participants tended to choose thinks. And for these more non-epistemic contexts, where in particular in these studies, they were looking at religious reasons for belief, in these studies, they found that people tended to fill in believes. This also isn't just a quirk of English. So this has been replicated now in 5 different languages and cultural contexts. All right. So I ran a pilot study extending this think-believe paradigm to see whether or not we could find evidence that people systematically differentiate the kinds of cognitive attitudes that I'm talking about, using thinks to apply the more epistemic flavor and beliefs to the more non-epistemic flavor. And I did so using scenarios that were more like the Cusimano and Lombroso ones that I just showed you, where the very same proposition is supported by either a moral reason or an epistemic reason for belief. So some participants saw an item like this. So Andrew and Bill have been close friends since high school. Now in their 30s, they live in different cities, but still keep in touch and feel a close personal connection. Recently, Bill has been suspended from his position at a financial company on potential charges of embezzlement, based on a series of suspicious transactions. Andrew isn't sure what to make of this. On the one hand, the evidence suggests that Bill may be guilty. On the other hand, Andrew feels an obligation to be a loyal friend and to give Bill the benefit of the doubt, and thus assume he is innocent. All right, so in this particular case, the idea is that the evidence seems to point to guilt, but this moral consideration, in this case, obligation to a friend or loyalty to a friend, seems to point towards innocence. And so half of the participants would be asked to fill in thinks or believes for a statement like this, that deep down Andrew blanks that Bill is guilty. They could choose thinks or believe. So in this particular case, because guilt is supported by evidence, the prediction is that participants are going to more naturally choose deep down Andrew thinks that Bill is guilty. A different group of participants would instead get that deep down Andrew blanks that Bill is innocent. And here the prediction is that because in this particular vignette, innocence is supported by a moral consideration, they should be more likely to fill this in by saying deep down Andrew believes that Bill is innocent. So what I've just shown you corresponds to just 2 cells of this full design, right? So you can have the phrase people are filling in is that deep down Andrew believes or thinks that, and that can be either that Bill is innocent or that Bill is guilty. And in the case I just showed you, we're contrasting a moral reason for belief with an epistemic reason for belief, where the moral reason supports innocence and the epistemic reason supports guilt. But I promised you that we were going to try to match content, so there have to be more conditions. But first, let me just show you that for these conditions, we do get the predicted results. So 67, the majority of participants chose believe in the cell where we predict believe, and a majority chose think in the cell where we predict thinks. But in order to match content across cases, we also wanted to look at other situations. So there were also vignettes in which there's epistemic reasons pointing to guilt and epistemic reasons pointing to innocence. And there's also a version where there's a moral consideration pointing to guilt and a moral consideration pointing to innocence. And the prediction here is that it should be the reason for belief that determines what kind of cognitive attitude participants are inclined to select. So the predictions are indicated here, right? So you should get thinks in the epistemic versus epistemic case, regardless of the content that's applied to, and you should get believes in the case where it's moral versus moral, regardless of whether that applies to innocence or guilt. And again, below this, I'm just showing you the percentages of participants' choices. And again, they all match our predictions. So here's a slightly prettier way to look at the data. This looks at the 3 conditions where there was an epistemic reason for belief. And you can see that the majority response for those 3 cases was thinks rather than believes. And on the right, we have the 3 cases where there was a moral reason for belief that supported the view. And here the prediction is that participants should be more inclined to choose believe, and that's what we find as the majority response. All right, so we have some evidence for claim 2 here, that people differentiate beliefs that are based on epistemic versus non-epistemic reasons, at least on this sort of implicit measure of what sort of attitude verb they are selecting to fill in, even when we sort of match the content across cases. So I now want to move on to the third idea, that beliefs based on epistemic versus non-epistemic reasons might have different properties. Okay, so recall that my hypothesis is that different cognitive attitudes correspond to different psychological functions, where one flavor of believing serves predominantly epistemic functions and another serves predominantly non-epistemic functions. So we should be able to use this to derive predictions about how different types of beliefs should differ. So specifically, if epistemic beliefs aim at truth, then we might expect them to have the following sorts of characteristics. So one is that they might have what I'm going to refer to as truth-dependent value, meaning that their value in reasoning and guiding action should depend largely on their truth. So for example, if we take a mundane factual belief, like my belief that it's Saturday, the value of that belief for me should largely come down to whether or not it's true. But if we take the value of a belief like my belief in free will, and we think, say, that largely serves non-epistemic sorts of functions, then you might think that the value of that belief doesn't depend so much on its truth, rather its value depends on its relationship to other kinds of aims that it might serve. We should also expect beliefs that aim at truth to in some sense be proportional to or appropriately constrained by evidence. I think this packs in lots of different things, and I've only tested one particular aspect of this that you'll see in a few slides, but the sorts of things I have in mind here are that you might think that we ought to hold beliefs in proportion to the strength of the evidence, and that in that sense, they should be graded. You might think that our beliefs should be revised in light of new evidence, and that they should be revised by mechanisms that are aimed to reduce inaccuracy. So you should see belief revision that looks something like Bayesian updating in this case, and so on, right? So there's a cluster of related ideas here, but that have to do with the role of evidence in shaping these beliefs and constraining them. By virtue of being constrained by evidence, you might expect beliefs in this case to be largely involuntary, right? If you can just decide to believe that it's Sunday rather than Saturday because you want to, there's the potential for your beliefs to become pretty unmoored from this goal of aiming at truth. And so we might expect these kinds of beliefs to be relatively involuntary and perceived as such. And finally, we might expect these kinds of beliefs to be subject to norms of consistency with other truth-tracking attitudes. What I have in mind here is that if you think there's other cognitive attitudes that are also partially truth-tracking, like for example, suspecting that P or knowing that P, then there ought to be some pressure towards consistency such that you shouldn't be able to believe that P, but simultaneously suspect that not P. And I will again unpack that a little bit more in a couple of slides. So I'm just going to focus on 2 of these predictions today. And I'll unpack them further in a moment. And those are these 2 here, for which I have some pilot data that I'm going to share. But before I move on to that, let me say something about the properties of non-epistemic beliefs. So non-epistemic beliefs will often have to be responsive to considerations beyond consistency with evidence, right? So even though some non-epistemic beliefs would likely be more effective or better at serving their non-epistemic functions if they were in fact true, there should be less pressure towards these truth-tracking properties for the non-epistemic than for the epistemic. Right. So the upshot is not that the non-epistemic beliefs shouldn't have any of these properties, but that they might just have them to a weaker extent because they are less, they're constrained by other kinds of considerations as well, which are sometimes going to compete with truth and perhaps in some cases even introduce pressure away from truth. All right. So what we're basically testing is whether or not beliefs that are based on epistemic, so belief that Q, where we hold Q constant, that's based on an epistemic reason, is going to be more proportional to more graded and proportional to evidence than when that's based on a non-epistemic reason, and similarly for being subject to norms of consistency with other truth tracking attitudes. All right. So here was the basic approach. And again, this was motivated by the goal of keeping the content of a belief constant and varying whether or not it's a more epistemic or non-epistemic belief by virtue of whether or not the reason supporting it is primarily an epistemic one or moral one. So here's what the vignette looked like in the moral reason condition. So we learned that Andrew and Bill have been close friends since high school. They're now in their 30s and they live in different cities, but they still keep in touch and they feel a close personal connection. Recently, Bill has been suspended from his position at a financial company on potential charges of embezzlement. Andrew isn't sure what to make of this. But regardless of any evidence one way or the other, Andrew feels an obligation to be a loyal friend and to give Bill the benefit of the doubt. Ultimately, Andrew believes that Bill is innocent. Okay, so in this case, we're not really told about the state of the evidence. We're told about Andrew having a moral reason to believe that Bill is innocent, and ultimately he believes that Bill is innocent. All right, in the epistemic reason condition, the setup is very similar. Andrew and Bill have known each other since high school, now in their 30s. They're not close friends, but they occasionally hear about each other from mutual acquaintances. This part's the same. Recently, Bill has been suspended from his position at a financial company on potential charges of embezzlement. And again, Andrew isn't sure what to make of this. In this case, though, and this is really the crucial difference, based on the balance of evidence, Andrew feels an inclination towards the view that Bill is innocent. Andrew ultimately believes that Bill is innocent. All right, so the key thing we're trying to manipulate is whether or not the final belief that Bill is innocent is motivated by a moral reason, obligation out of friendship, or an epistemic reason, basically the balance of evidence. But in both cases, we're holding the content of the belief fixed. It's that Bill is innocent. All right, so how do we test this first prediction that in some sense, in the epistemic case, you might think that there's a stronger constraint that this be proportional to evidence? So here was the intuition that motivated this. First, consider the case where Andrew has an epistemic reason for belief, right? He thinks the balance of evidence point towards Bill being innocent. Seems really natural to re-express Andrew's belief in probabilistic terms. So for example, to say something like that what Andrew believes is that there's an 80% chance that Bill is innocent. I mean, you might not think 80% is the right number here, right? Maybe the right number is something else, 60% or whatever you want. But it seems very natural to re-describe Andrew's belief in probabilistic terms. Contrast that to this case over here, right? So over here on the left, Andrew forms the belief that Bill is innocent out of loyalty, out of friendship. Here it seems kind of weird to re-describe Andrew's belief in probabilistic terms and to say to something like there's an 80% chance that Andrew believes there's an 80% chance that Bill is innocent. And again, it's not just because of the percent. You could make that arbitrarily high, right? That Andrew believes there's a 99% chance that Bill is innocent. Hopefully you're getting the intuition that it seems less natural to translate this morally motivated belief into something like a subjective probability or degree of belief or credence than it is for the case where it's a belief based on evidence. So what we did is we asked participants basically to do what I just invited you to do. So, they would just saw one of these two vignettes, and then we asked participants whether they thought it made sense to describe Andrew's belief that Bill is innocent as corresponding to some probability, that Andrew believes that there is an X% chance that Bill is innocent, and the reverse chance that he's guilty. And so participants could say, no, Andrew simply believes that Bill is innocent, as opposed to believing that he's guilty, or yes, it makes sense to describe Andrew's belief as corresponding to some probability. And then, and this is important as a control, then we forced all participants, regardless of whether they said no or yes, to actually assign a probability to Andrew's belief. And this is important because if we find differences in people's willingness to say no versus yes at the top first question here, we don't want it to just be because people think that beliefs are, for example, closer to 100% for the case where it's motivated out of loyalty to friendship. Okay, so what did we find? I apologize for not having error bars on here. These are sort of preliminary data. Okay, so on the x-axis is whether or not participants were in the condition where the belief that Bill is innocent was supported by a moral reason or an epistemic reason. And on the y-axis, you can see the the percentage of participants who chose the sort of probabilistic restatement or preferred the flat out sort of claim that Andrew simply believes this as opposed to not believing it. And what you can see is that participants, these were not huge differences in this particular vignette, but they do go in the predicted direction, where participants are more likely to choose the probabilistic restatement for the epistemic case than for the moral case. When we forced everyone to actually assign a probability to Andrew's belief, you can see that they actually assigned a more extreme probability to the case where Andrew is forming a belief based on the balance of evidence and than out of loyalty, right? So it's not the case that participants are just choosing the flat out restatement more often because they take that belief to be 100% or closer to 100%. And statistically, the crucial result is that the difference between choosing a probabilistic or a flat out restatement is significant across these conditions when you control for the probability that participants actually assign to the belief. Okay, so we have some evidence for the first prediction, and I'm going to walk you through the evidence for the second prediction. So this has to do with beliefs that are based on epistemic reasons being subject to stronger norms of consistency with other truth-tracking attitudes than beliefs that are based on moral reasons. And so I'll see if I can get the right intuitions for all of you, and then I'll show you the data. Okay, so recall that in our moral reason case, Andrew feels an obligation to be a loyal friend and give Bill the benefit of the doubt, and so he comes to believe that Bill is innocent. In the epistemic case, he evaluates the balance of evidence and has an inclination toward the view that Bill is innocent and ultimately believes that Bill is innocent. Okay, for the epistemic case, I want you to consider the following. You've just learned that Andrew believes that Bill is innocent. Do you think it makes sense for him to also simultaneously know that Bill is guilty or suspect that Bill is guilty? I mean, hopefully those sound, that just seems quite wrong, right? There's something sort of inconsistent or irrational about Andrew if he simultaneously has these different cognitive attitudes towards that content. Okay, but what about the case where Andrew believes that Bill is innocent out of loyalty? At least to me and to my participants, as you'll see in a moment, it seems less terrible to say that even though Andrew believes that Bill is innocent, at the same time, he also knows that Bill is guilty or suspects that Bill is guilty. So that's basically the judgment that we invited participants to make. The way we did that is as follows. So, they read one of these two vignettes. We said, recall that Andrew believes that Bill is innocent. We asked, does it make sense for Andrew to simultaneously suspect that Bill is guilty? And they gave us this 5-point rating from definitely not to definitely yes. And does it make sense for Andrew to simultaneously know that Bill is guilty? And they gave us this rating from definitely not to definitely yes. All right, so here's the data. On the y-axis, I'm showing you these make sense ratings that went from definitely yes to definitely no, where 0 is the midpoint. The first thing to note before I even unpack it further for you is all these bars are in the negative direction, right? Like participants do not like this, but nonetheless, there's a significant difference across our belief conditions. So the e-belief case is the case where the belief was based on epistemic reasons, the balance of evidence. And the n-belief case is the non-epistemic case, which is where it was based on moral obligation. And what you can see is that even though across the board participants tend to not like these claims, they think it doesn't make that much sense for Andrew to simultaneously have these other attitudes, they think it makes a lot less sense when the belief was based on the balance of evidence than when the belief was based on a moral consideration. Right, so this is consistent with the prediction that the sort of more epistemic flavor of believing is going to be subject to stronger norms of consistency with other truth-tracking attitudes like suspecting or knowing. All right, so wrapping up part 2, I have shown you at least some preliminary evidence that beliefs that are based on epistemic and non-epistemic reasons are associated with different clusters of properties, where those properties make sense in light of the role of epistemic beliefs in aiming for truth. All right, so I think I'm actually doing okay on time, which makes me happy because it'll leave us some time for question and discussions. But I'm just gonna raise some of the things that I think are open questions that might be of interest to philosophers. I think there's a lot of both theoretical and empirical questions that follow from this that I'm eager to discuss with all of you. All right. So one question is, what are the implications, if any, of the psychological reality of this kind of form of doxastic pluralism for normative epistemology? So in particular, should epistemologists simply reject what I'm calling non-epistemic beliefs as being beliefs at all? In particular, when I've talked to epistemologists, I've sometimes had the reaction that if people think it's not absolutely preposterous to believe that P, but to know that not P, then whatever that notion of belief is extremely different from the one that analytic normative epistemologists take themselves to be studying most of the time. And I think that's probably right, but I'm still inclined to consider both of these beliefs for a couple of reasons. I mean, I think both pre-theoretically and metacognitively, we tend to think about and call both what I'm calling these non-epistemic beliefs and more canonical epistemic beliefs as beliefs. And I think if you at least ask lay people to reflect on them, the first pass metacognitive assessment of them is going to be that they're both representations of reality that are aiming to track truth in some sense. And so I think it's a little, if you're going to start to differentiate them, it's not obvious to me whether it makes sense to assign the belief term to kind of this more narrow epistemic notion or to keep it at the superordinate level. And I'm at least somewhat inclined to keep it at the superordinate level. It captures both of these flavors of believing. I think there's also going to be some normative pressure for consistency across these kinds of beliefs, right? So if somebody believes that P in an epistemic sense, but in a non-epistemic sense believes that not P, I think if that's made salient to them, they're going to feel pressure towards consistency and to reconcile those two beliefs. And that suggests to me that at least at a psychological level, at a metacognitive psychological level, they're treated as somewhat equivalent and mutually constraining. So I think the work presented here makes salient some new normative projects. So if we see most existing work in at least epistemology as characterizing the epistemic notion of believing, then I think we have a set of new, largely unexplored questions regarding other flavors of believing. So what would normative epistemology look like for these non-epistemic flavors of believing, and in particular, those that are based on kinds of moral reasons that I have considered in these studies? So in particular, would this and how would this change contemporary debates in the ethics of belief, where there have been a lot of contemporary discussions about things like moral encroachment and whether and how moral consideration should influence belief and justified belief in particular. And another point to raise is that the non-epistemic reasons for belief that are considered here were all moral reasons. Nonetheless, a lot of the motivation for this project comes from a much broader contrast between epistemic and non-epistemic kinds of considerations more broadly, right? So there's lots of potential reasons for belief that might be, social, but not strictly moral. They might be pragmatic. They could be emotional and so on. And so I think it's largely an open empirical question whether these morally motivated beliefs are qualitatively different from other kinds of beliefs that play non-epistemic roles or based on non-epistemic reasons. I have some evidence with Corey Cusimano where we find differences between the role of moral reasons versus merely pragmatic reasons in shaping belief. In particular, it looks like moral reasons play a much stronger role, and we don't find much evidence for pragmatic reasons shaping people's normative intuitions about what somebody ought to believe. On the other hand, in the context of religious beliefs, we have some evidence that people's views about the moral value of beliefs seems to kind of go hand in hand with their views about social and emotional value. So I think there's just a lot to explore here in thinking about how to partition belief and whether the moral category is going to be special or perhaps be similar to these other kinds of factors. So I will stop there to make sure we have time for questions. Thank you very much for your attention, and thanks again to the organizers for inviting me.
Tanya, thank you very much. That was wonderful. Okay, let me let's see here. So I will, as always, field the question. I'll call out the questioner and Tanya can answer. Okay, Valerie, you can unmute yourself. So what do you got?
I have a confusing screen in front of me. Okay, you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yes.
That was so great. I just loved that talk. It was fascinating. So I'm interested in what you said right at the end, because I was wondering, I guess I was having the analytic philosophy reaction of wondering why call both of these states belief. And one of the things you said, I think, was that, well, they both do aim to track the truth. But I thought a lot of your evidence was precisely that they don't both, that the non-epistemic beliefs, to a large degree, don't aim to track the truth. So I wanted to ask you about that. And kind of relatedly, there's just a question I had about the terminology that I'm just wondering how it works in your world. What's the difference between saying that these are cognitive states versus saying that they're beliefs? I mean, I know I can see what I think the difference is, but if you're thinking of a functional distinction between cognitive states, conative states, and affective states, could you use that same kind of functional view to think about why the two different senses of belief are similar? instead of talking about them being truth tracking, which I was suspicious of.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I think I didn't speak precisely enough about the final point. So I think if you're trying to characterize something like people's folk epistemology, and you were to ask people, like, take your belief in free will, well, what's the goal of that belief? What do you take that belief to be doing? I think a lot of people are going to tell you, like, what do you mean, what I take it to be doing? It's like representing the way the world is. And so the sense in which I think they're similar is in people's metacognitive evaluation of them. At least they're kind of like their own first order metacognitive evaluation of them is as representing the world. So I don't think that the people's, and this is partially a guess. I mean, I have some evidence, but it's partially a guess. I don't think people's sort of, first order folk epistemic intuitions are going to differentiate them in terms of that, in that respect. Now, when you look under the hood and see how they operate, I'm claiming, in fact, a lot of these are not aiming for the truth, in the sense that the mechanisms that result in belief formation, belief revision, belief evaluation, and so on, don't seem to be at least exclusively truth tracking. It seems like there's other influences as well. So in that sense, I do want to say they're different. Which one do we want to call belief at the end of the day? Like, part of me doesn't care so much. I mean, I'd like to have some good nomenclature for characterizing the way in which I think they are different. But I also think, I do think there's a sense in which they are subordinates that have a meaningful subordinate over which we also want to make psychological generalizations. And that's, I think, maybe the point I want to commit to. And then what we call it, I maybe don't care so much. I think the point about cognitive attitudes is helpful, because maybe that would give me a better way to think about how to describe the difference. My working assumption here is that the distinction I'm characterizing is between two different kinds of cognitive attitudes, which confusingly tend to map onto the word belief or maybe thinks or something like that, right? And so that's why I kind of introduced this vocabulary like e-beliefs versus n-beliefs, or maybe you e-believe versus n-believe or something like that. But those are supposed to pick out different cognitive attitudes. I think I have some reason to think that cognitive attitude is what's doing the work, because the content is matched across the cases I look at. But I think there's still more theoretical work that would have to be done to really characterize what it would, like how one individuates cognitive attitudes and what it would really mean for it to be a cognitive attitude difference, rather than, I don't know, the same cognitive attitude that functions differently or something like that, right? Like, I think I'm already kind of in the background here committed to the idea that we should individuate cognitive attitudes in terms of something about their functional role. And if you reject that assumption, then you're probably going to reject the way that I'm characterizing this difference as well.
Perfect. Thanks. That's so helpful.
Yeah.
Victor, you're on deck.
Thanks. Awesome. Thank you, Tanya. That was a fascinating talk. It's just really amazing the way that you weave in philosophical and psychological ideas into one project. I'm having a reaction that is kind of opposite of the normative analytic epistemologists, which is, I think there is, of course, a psychological kind, a psychological attitude kind, which is sensitive to evidence, but also sensitive to moral and social emotional things. And I guess I don't believe that there is a psychological kind that is only sensitive to the truth. And I think this is like, particularly when you think about the signaling function of belief. I think Eric Funkhauser's work is really interesting here. And like, think about, the sociologists of science and philosophy who point out the ways in which, philosophers and scientists are not just responding to the evidence either. Philosophers are trying to take a position that they know that, their community will respect in some way, or that it's like a novel position or something. And so in particular, I think like one reason for doubting this view that there is that other kind that I guess, the epistemologists are happy with is that you can imagine a case where somebody is forming a belief just on the basis of evidence, right? Normal evidence. And then they are alerted to like moral, emotional considerations. And I guess, that changes the attitude. I guess I would have thought, well, that changes what they believe, what the content. I think it might lower their credence, or they might change their mind, but it doesn't put them in a different psychological state entirely. So I guess like there's two kind of reasons why I think there's just one state here, and it's the one, it's the one that's sensitive to all kinds of things. One is that I think, the pragmatic influences are just all over the place, even stuff that's like pure evidential beliefs in like math or science. And the other is, it just seems strange to think that people are shifting into a new state once they expand the considerations from purely evidence to include things like moral reasons.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you the picture that I have here, and at this point, my picture outstrips my evidence. No, I think you could be rightly skeptical. The picture I have here is that, these are not discrete kinds with no overlap, right? It's more like you can imagine that our epistemic attitudes can vary along lots of dimensions, and there's going to be clusters of features that naturally go together. So to the extent something is more truth tracking, you might expect it to have truth-dependent value in the way that I characterized. You might expect it to be more involuntary in the way that I suggested. You might expect it to be more naturally translated to degree of belief. So there's going to be all of these properties that tend to hang together when something is truth tracking. If something is serving a different function, it might tend to have a different cluster of properties. And it's not that you couldn't have beliefs that are kind of like perfect hybrids between these, or occupy any other place in this space, or have some weird combination of other properties, that's going to be a relatively unstable state to occupy, right? So for example, if you had something that served a largely truth tracking function, but it was also actually voluntary, it just sort of seems like there's too much room for what I want to be the case to then influence what I believe in a way that's going to divorce it from what I have evidence to believe. So the thought is that the thing that moves me away from the picture where there's just one state that's influenced by everything equally is the idea that depending on what sort of role a belief is predominantly playing, it's going to be pushed into different parts of this space in terms of which properties it makes sense for it to have in terms of its role, and it's going to be sort of unstable to have other combinations of features. So I'm going to try to make this more concrete. Okay, so the way that I would characterize, suppose that you first learn about anthropogenic climate change in a totally politically neutral context. And so initially for you, it's sort of like a purely epistemic belief. You believe one thing or the other about it, but it's just kind of like a very, mundane factual belief for you. But then you gradually get exposed to all of these social reasons to maybe endorse one belief or another, right? It kind of like becomes a social signal of something about your group affiliation and your loyalties and so on. The thought is that its functional role for you has changed. And by virtue of its change in functional role, I think it's going to start to be more like the non-epistemic belief prototype over here rather than the epistemic belief prototype over here. So I do think there's going to be sort of like a change in the state. It's not necessarily going to be like an instantaneous change, right? Where by virtue of the fact that you learn one moral reason, it hops from having these sorts of properties to these sorts of properties, but rather by virtue of the fact that it starts to play a different functional role in your cognitive life, it's going to tend to have these cluster of properties rather than these cluster of properties. But that's an empirical question, right? I mean, I think on your view, you would want to say either there's going to be like a more uniform distribution of the kinds of properties epistemic attitudes beliefs can have in this space, or insofar as there are clumps, like they're not psychological kinds or something like that, like the meaningful kind is just like the whole, the larger belief cluster. And I guess my empirical bet is that there are going to be like, it's going to be clumpy enough in this space that there's going to be useful and meaningful generalizations to make over types of beliefs. Gosh, there was a second part to your question, which I've now confused myself about. I forgot. I feel like I only answered part of your question there, but can you either remind me of the second part, or we can come back to it if there's time?
I mean, I think maybe the second part was I was thinking about somebody who's initially forming beliefs only on the basis of evidence and then expands their considerations.
Right. So I guess, as I said, the way that I would want to characterize it is, it's not that learning one moral reason all of a sudden it's going to like, necessarily move the belief from here to here. Rather, to what's going to determine the properties of belief is going to be the functional role it plays for somebody, to the extent it's playing a more non-epistemic role by virtue of having a social signaling function. It's be more divorced from these other kinds of considerations. I mean, I do think this is going to get muddied in cases like, I think this is part of what you're thinking with the Funkhauser case and other cases. In the case of I mean, there are cases where the most effective way to signal something to others is going to be to deceive ourselves, right? And this comes up a lot in the self-deception literature. And so that's a case where things get complicated, because in order to effectively serve a particular social function, you basically need to like treat your own belief as if it's really serving an epistemic role, such that you can communicate to somebody else the thing you want to signal. I think that's part of the story about why metacognitively these things behave similarly, right? And so that's part of what pushes me towards the view that like people don't have perfect, transparent, introspective access towards these different kinds of rules for belief, right? If you ask somebody about why they believe a belief that's playing a social signaling role, they're not typically going to tell you that they believe that for a social signaling function. They're going to typically believe that because they're trying to represent the way the world is, right? So that kind of consideration is part of why I think there is a meaningful subordinate, why I think metacognitively these beliefs are going to function similarly. But hopefully I can get back to you in a few years with more evidence that'll convince you of the other parts.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Eddie.
Hi, Tanya. Thanks so much for a great
Eddie.
talk. So if it's not a whole nother talk, can you give us a quick answer to how this distinction lines up to the A-leaf, B-leaf literature or a distinction? And if that's too long, or maybe in addition, have you or Neil looked at how the preposition in works in belief talk? Because it seems like Andrew believes in his friend's innocence.
Oh,
He
I see.
believes,
Yeah.
people believe in God, but it sounds weird to say, I believe in the sun being the center of the solar system or whatever.
Yeah. So I think I can actually give you a short answer. So at least as I understand Tamar Gendler's A-leaf versus B-leaf, a lot of the B-leaf things are basically implicit beliefs of some kind, and I take this distinction to be largely within the A-leaf category. I'm not sure what claims I want to make about what are canonically called, implicit beliefs, but so the most straightforward answer would be these are two types of A-leafs. In terms of, that's really interesting for the language. I haven't looked at it. As far as I know, Neil hasn't looked at it. I don't know if linguists have looked at that. I wouldn't be too surprised if there is some documented variation along those lines. And I don't know to what extent what you described is unique to English versus not, which would also be important in thinking about what kinds of claims you want to make. But yeah, I agree that I share your intuitions for those cases.
Yeah, I'll bug Neil about it because he's next door to me. But it does make me think that there's, there's something about the language in those contexts that involves just having faith in something, right?
That's right. That's
hoping. Right. So there's a hope feature to it that I don't know if you brought that out quite as much as it seemed intuitive to me, that it's like you believe it, but you really hope it to be true, which is why the probability stuff seems so weird because I don't know. Anyway, that's my.
Yeah. I think that could be right. I think it's also telling, at least in English, that the way we talk about like believing in God, for example, is the same as believing in a person or believing in yourself, right? The cluster of all of those seem to have that locution in a way that I think matches exactly what you're describing, which I think is interesting. So yeah, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, so Michelle, let me unmute you. Oh, sorry. Try it again. Okay, you should be able to unmute yourself. There we go.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. First of all, amazing talk. You've walked through everything really nicely. One thing I was thinking about with the non-epistemic beliefs is particularly when you frame it in the vignette as, I think it was Andrew and Bill, having been close friends and all of this, a lot of times people will incorporate prior knowledge of people's prior behaviors as evidence as well. And I'm wondering to what extent you think maybe participants are reading into that and kind of filling in that, oh, well, he might be believing this because he has this prior evidence of prior behavior and all of that sort of thing. And if you've considered maybe throwing in something to control for that, or to actually build that into the vignettes to examine different levels of prior behavioral knowledge and experience with the person, and if you think that would change anything.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. It is something we worry a lot about in these studies and in constructing these vignettes. And so we've dealt with it in different ways across different studies. So in the ones that I just showed you, where Andrew forms the belief that Bill is innocent, I think one way you could construe what you're describing is to say in the case where loyalty and friendship playing into his belief, that's not the only thing playing into his belief. He also has all of this prior evidence. So really that belief is based on prior evidence plus loyalty. Whereas for this other person, it's the balance of evidence. That's okay from my perspective, that what we're comparing is cases where there's evidence in both cases, but in this case, it's more strictly evidence-based. And in this case, it's evidence plus a moral consideration. And then the way we control for it is that we do ask everybody to tell us what they think the actual probability is that Andrew would assign to this belief. And then I didn't show you this. We ask them as another control in these studies, how good they think the various reasons for belief are. And so those are the only measures we have in that experiment. In the ones with Corey Cusimano, where we wanted to see whether or not people think that two individuals who are matched in evidence might nonetheless be differentially justified in having different beliefs or ought to have different beliefs, there really matters for that point, right? Because if this character here has different prior beliefs, then that's going to be sufficient to explain why it is that maybe you think that they're differentially justified or ought to believe different things. And so I showed you the version where we have like this crazy sci-fi, super fMRI machine that like takes everything that Andrew knows about. It's not Andrew and Bill in that case, but also, everything Andrew knows about Bill and puts it into this AI machine that like has all the evidence and so on. So that's one way we did it. But across our studies, I think we had 3 different ways of trying to make sure that when people are making judgments about these characters, they're actually taking them to have the same evidence. And then even across the most stringent ways we came up with to do that, we find this result. So I think it definitely plays a role for sure. But I think that our at least I'm convinced that in our papers, we've done a good job of showing that these effects hold above and beyond those effects of people having prior beliefs that are going to be a form of evidence that will influence what they believe. And that work is published. So I'm happy to point you to the studies and the ways that we try to do it. But it's stuff, I think you're totally right to be concerned about this. And for some of the claims we make, it really matters that it be controlled.
Yeah. I think it's not even so much necessarily just a concern, but I'm also fascinated by the idea of what you might find if you manipulate it to say that there's prior behavioral evidence that, yeah, he might do something kind of sketchy like this, right? He might embezzle funds. There's prior behavioral evidence with it, but then still believing he's innocent and kind of just adding that other level there. I just find it really fascinating and interesting, but thank you.
Yeah, thanks. It's a good idea.
John.
Wonderful stuff as always, Tanya. I have a high altitude question that's probably just based in ignorance of the literature, but it's spurred by Valerie's question and some of the things you said about metacognition. But the story, I kind of got today is that there's a kind of catastrophic case of self-enhancement going on here. That is, the self-conception is of stern evidentialists, right? So nobody says I don't believe in global, or maybe they do, you tell me. Nobody says I don't believe in global warming because I'm from Texas, but and all sorts of examples like that. But it seems like we know that that's absolutely not the case. So I was wondering to what extent we know whether the folks' self-conception ought be understood as a kind of epistemic self-enhancement. If I'm right on the intuition that, a tiny slice of a percentage of the population says, oh, I probably believe that because of the anchoring heuristic, so the rooms we're in, but I take it no one is saying I believe the nonsense. I believe conspiratorial nonsense because I resent my boss. So do you have horse sense or evidence?
Yeah. I can tell you. Yeah. Yes. There's a standard story in social psychology that Corey Cusimano and I have been trying to challenge in these papers over the last couple of years. The standard story in social psychology was that people basically suffer from an illusion of objectivity where they take their own beliefs to be based on evidence. They think they take themselves to hold the beliefs that are rational in light of their evidence. And of course, if you were exposed to the same evidence that I was, that I have, you'd believe the same thing I do because it's the rational thing to believe, right? And that people recognize that others are subject to bias, but not themselves. So there's these great bias blind spot findings, right? Where of course, you're influenced by the families you were raised in terms of your religious beliefs and by the state you live in terms of your political beliefs, but not me, right? I'm not subject to those biases. I just see the truth as it is. So that was kind of the standard story, I think, for a long time. And what Corey and I have been arguing in a series of papers is that at least when it comes to moral reasons, people seem to sometimes recognize that they play a role in their reasoning and think they are reasoning as they ought to and taking those moral reasons to account. So it's not just that they deny that they were influenced by moral considerations, they recognize that they were influenced by moral considerations, and they take themselves to be reasoning as they ought to. So insofar as they are biased, they think they are right to be biased in those particular ways. So that seems like it's maybe an exception, but I don't think it's going to be the case that people are going to recognize any actual influence on their belief, right? So like the one you described about the state you grew up in, or I think probably the, which religion you grew up in for people who are religious, which family, you happen to be born into and so on. I think for a wide range of those kinds of influences, people are typically not going to recognize them, right? So we know that people recognize sort of evidential reasons, maybe a class of moral reasons. I don't quite know how many other sorts of things are going to fall into that bucket. The pragmatic things that Corey and I have looked at, so for example, people will not say that they believe something in part because it'll make people like them more for them to believe it. Right. So they'll reject those kind of purely self-serving pragmatic reasons.
So the moral case turned, despite all the stuff on moral self-enhancement and holier than thou and stuff, it turns out to be kind of an interesting exception in this regard, because people recognize they're sort of situated believers, but they also then sort things out with a normative principle to the effect that that's the kind of moral believer you ought to be.
Yes. I mean, with the qualification that I should make for everything I've said, which is that when we find these effects on average, they tend to not be driven by every single participant, right? I mean, it tends to be, our modal participant shows these kinds of effects. So I also suspect that this is going to be a case where there are interesting individual differences. There's a little bit of research. So Linda Skitka's lab and Thomas Stahl and a few people have some interesting individual, evidence of individual variation, the extent to which people think that just engaging in evidence-based reasoning is itself a kind of moralized virtue, like a moral good. So yeah, so yes, I think what you said does characterize the average response we see in our sample. And I really hope to have a better sense of the individual differences as well. And I don't yet.
Perfect. Okay, Eric.
Yeah, I'm thinking about how this would map onto some of my thoughts about the relationship between belief and knowledge, right? And I found that slide that you had pretty interesting on that. Now, there are a range of cases where attributions of knowledge seem to follow the evidence better than attributions of belief or attributions of what someone thinks. So I found this in a study I did with Blake Myers-Schultz back in 2013. So, for example, two of the cases where we saw the effect largest, one was a prejudiced professor case where you got a case of implicit bias. The professor believes and also thinks, say, that Black students aren't as smart, but she knows that they are as smart. We set it up that the evidence is clear, right? So the knowledge attributions follow the evidence, whereas the belief and think attributions follow her patterns of behavior.
And was it just, I mean, was it just that participants' own views about what's true were influencing knowledge more than the rest, or is that something that you factored in?
No, we didn't control for that.
Okay.
And that's also going to be a feature of this other case. So I'm not sure exactly how this is going to map onto yours. Another case where we found this was a freaked out movie watcher, or who's been watching horror movies in which there are like weird insects come out of the tap when you turn it on, right? And then her friend takes a break from the movie and turns on the tap and she's like, no, don't do it. Right? So she knows that the tap water is safe, right? But ordinary participants will say, are more reluctant to say that she believes or thinks that the tap water is safe. And again, here the participants' opinions probably line up with the knowledge attribution. But here we've got, I'm not sure how this is going to map onto your thing, but it seems like a case where you've got maybe still another attitude that's not quite mapping onto either belief or believing or thinking as measured just by simply asking people, but whatever it is that is necessary for knowledge that can kind of come apart from what people attribute either in terms of believing or thinking. Now, it couldn't be knowledge itself because, you know, you got truth conditions and justification conditions on that too, but there might be like, some people have said like belief for knowledge. It's kind of like still a separate category from belief per se or something.
Yeah, I mean, those are super cool cases. And what I need to do is go back and read that paper and think about it some more. But my immediate thought is that when these are attributions to another person, I think people's willingness to attribute knowledge is more likely to track what people think is in fact justified as opposed to what the character thinks is justified, right? So I would just want to think about to what extent there's, you know, justified from the perspective of the participant versus justified from the perspective of the character, and to what extent that's part of what's playing these roles. And then what I think would be where it would start to hook up, if that's right, may not be, where it would start to hook up with somewhat of what I'm talking about, is that there should be interesting cases where what's justified for you could be different from what's justified for me by virtue of the fact that we stand in a different moral relationship to some proposition, right? So you might be more justified to believe that Bill is innocent than I am. And so I wonder if those sorts of differences would play out in different judgments where I might even attribute knowledge to you or certain kinds of attitudes that come apart from what would be justified from my first person perspective. If we got that, I think that'd be really interesting. But yes, the more honest answers, I just need to think about it some more, but these are really neat cases to think about. So thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, Thomas, you're
sorry.
muted.
Yeah, sorry, if there's no other questions, I think that's it. So please join me in thanking Tanya and everyone else who gave talks or presentations today. It was my honor to have been part of this. It was great to have everyone who agreed to do it. So thank you very much. I think the video for yesterday is already on the homepage for the conference, and the video for today's whole session will also be on there probably tomorrow. It takes a long time for this to render onto the YouTube for me to get it back to where it goes, but I'll get it up first thing tomorrow morning. If you have any questions, let me know. As I told you I will take the chat output for both yesterday and today and make sure that the speakers get the questions that you guys asked. You didn't have time to ask, or that you wanted to ask but didn't feel comfortable asking out loud. So I'll make sure that I connect the speakers to those questions. And then John, I think you said you wanted 2 minutes.
Yeah, just quickly, I just wanted to thank all of the speakers who remain. I thought it was especially encouraging that we started the morning with first-year graduate students and ended with a shareholder, and everybody did wonderful and exciting work. So I thank Thomas for putting that together, and I thank all of the people who hung around all weekend, especially all the new faces who came to check out MPRG, and hope to see you around again. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, thanks. I'll see everybody sooner than later, I hope. Tanya, thanks again. That was great.
Yeah,
I'll stick around if people have questions or want to chat for a second. I'll turn off the I will turn off.
Thanks, Thomas. I gotta go paint the kitchen.